G'day, 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 g'day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. To Lone Wolf. Whoa, no Infinite Hollow sound. To Lone Wolf. Wednesday, Wednesday, Wednesday. A reminder that coming up on Sunday, 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 myself and Miss Morrigan Nightshade, senior detectives, will be playing Chook and Sausage. Walk the Plank, a point-and-click adventure starring myself and Miss Morrigan. We are up to, for Lone Wolf, Book 7. Book 7 already. I think I'm going to have to limit myself to 2 of these a day, but we're getting through them a bit quickly at 3 a day. Oh, good day, Bane. I think we're all good. I have drink. Yeah. I am composed. We have rainy mood. I've been being a good boy for my bicycle rides, even if my sleeping is still a bit messed up. At least I've been diligent in my eating and exercising. I'm very much appreciating the warmer weather, the lack of wind and rain and cold. What else has been up? Went through the non-Badger and Co, whatever it was, Railroad Tycoon maps a little bit, so I've added some more custom maps to our list to check out. There are a couple of nice ones from the look of it, we'll have to see. I was worried that I'd run out. I'm a little bit tempted to be slightly musically derivative, and make something that will amuse me. We'll see. Might have to dig up my Sibelius. G'day, Akaturbo. Okay. Make sure we've done everything else we need to do, which I think we have. Yes, yes we have. Yeah, it's been good lately. The Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy was a lot better than I thought it would be. Being a furry Jedi Pokemon trainer, perhaps better than it sounds. Sounds like an odd mix-up. And aside from a couple of tutorialization issues, that game has been pretty good. Surprised I didn't hear more about it when it was out. But anyway, to work, to work. Hello and welcome to the Players Lone Wolf Saga. We're up to Book 7. The story so far. Boop. Let's move that mic a little bit. You are the warrior, Lone Wolf, last of the Kai Masters, of Summerland and sole survivor of the massacre that destroyed your kinsmen during a bitter war with the age-old enemies, the Dark Lords of Helgedad. Many centuries have passed since Sun Eagle, first of your kind, established the Order of the Kai. Aided by the magicians of Desi, he completed a perilous quest to find 7 crystals of power, known as the Law Stones of Nixator. With their discovery, he unlocked a wisdom and strength that lay within both the Law Stones and himself. He recorded the nature of his discoveries and experiences in a great tome called the Book of the Magna Kai. You discovered this lost Kai treasure and have given solemn pledge to restore the Kai to their former glory, ensuring the security of your land in the years to come. However, your diligent study of this ancient book has enabled you to master only 3 of the 10 Magna Kai disciplines. To fulfill your pledge, you must complete the quest first undertaken by Sun Eagle 1,000 years ago. By doing so successfully, you, too, will acquire the power and wisdom of the Magna Kai that is held within the Lawstone's crystal forms. One sec, sorry. Oh, bless me. Much of Sun Eagle's script has faded with the passing of the years, and little remained to help you find the 7 Lawstones of Nixator. Guided by the few words that you could still decipher, you set upon a journey that took you to the war-torn city of Tarako, in the hostile lands of Slovia. There, hidden deep in the crypt of the city's cathedral, you found the first Lawstone of Veretta. As you held the crystal triumphantly in your hand, its power transfused into your very being, and the location of the second Lawstone formed in your mind. It is in Herdos. The remote township of Herdos stands upon the lake Kor, high in the Zunlun mountains of Desi. Here the elder Magi, the magicians who rule the land, helped Sun Eagle on his quest long ago. Time has turned the circle fully, and once more their aid is sought by a warrior of the Kai. Fate has brought you to us, Lone Wolf, intones Ramoa, speaker for the High Council of the Elder Magi, as you stand before them in the Tower of Truth at Elzian. Our fate is bound to your quest. His voice fills the great cylindrical, holy moly, this is a long one, council chamber, and the white-robed elders gather around you, respond in one voice. It is so. Ramoa leads you to a circular dais, set like a deep well into the green marble floor. Carefully, he kneels and touches its liquid metal surface with a gloved hand. A current flows through the shimmering metal, and within its mirror-like depths, a strange vision slowly takes shape. You see a black-walled fortress set upon a rocky isle, its deep purple shadows reflecting in the dark waters of a moonlit lake. Pensive! You see before you Kazan Old, the Lawstone of Herdos, rests in this castle, deep within its accursed halls. We will take you to this fortress, Lone Wolf, but you must enter alone. Our powers hold no sway over the forces that command this terrible place. In the years that have passed since Sun Eagle first came to this land, a great evil has consumed Kazan Ode. The Muscovites. We lack the means to destroy this evil, but we have labored to contain it, to prevent it from spreading beyond the Isle of Kor. Some of the bravest warriors of Magnamund have tried at our behest to defeat the power of Kazan Ode, yet all have perished. Fate now brings you to us, Kai Master, and our hearts rejoice, for the success of your quest will defeat the bane of Kazan Ode and deliver us all from its evil shadow. A ripple of hopeful whispers arise from the circle of elders when they hear you state that you will go to Kazan Ode. As they accompany you from the council chamber to equip you for your dangerous mission that lies ahead, you ask the meaning of the words Kazan Ode. An uneasy silence descends upon the dignified company and all eyes return to Ramoa. In the language of Summerlending, he says, it means Castle Death. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. So we had picked healing, because healing is OP. Pathmanship, because this lets us hunt people that run away from us. And divination, because getting the... Basically, there are a whole lot of pick left, right, or center, and if you pick the wrong one, you can just insta-die. And getting the I sense that the left way is the wrong way options saves you from a lot of those deaths. As for what next, we could increase our attack stat. We could get animal talk. Hunting is also really nice, but we can just pick meals as our starting items usually. Weapon mastery is always rough because... Unless this one lets you pick. Maybe this lets you pick. Let's have a go. It looks like this one does let you pick. Okay. So, whereas in the first section of the books, if you pick weapon mastery, you roll on the random number table to pick which weapon, or to work out which weapon you specialize in, and basically you feel screwed over if you don't get sword, because the summer sword, the, like, equivalent of the master sword, is a sword, and if you don't get sword, then you feel screwed over. Here, it looks like we get to pick. We have a bow. We definitely want sword. But then... Dagger? Dagger sounds reasonable. We can carry a dagger for if we need to go somewhere where our sword can't go. What goodies can we take with us, or deposit? These potions don't sound especially needed. Well, maybe one. Warhammer bow dagger. But we also have our special... the summer sword. Yeah, that feels alright. Oh, I have too many special items, you say. I don't need a riverboat ticket. I don't need the map of Tarako. I don't need the map of Veretta. I don't need a jailer's key. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't need a brass whistle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11. I don't need a second brass whistle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe getting rid of one more? No, I like all of these. Lots of these are actually useful. I'll get rid of this fire sphere, even though it's been useful multiple times. Yes, I understand that I'm leaving all of these here. Okay, what do we want to take with us? Can I take a second quiver? I can! Okay, quiver. Potion. Meal. We can't fit more meals. So I should have deposited those meals in the monastery. Am I allowed to go back? No. Well, sucks to be me. It was quiver. No. Quiver. I'll take the healing potion. What the hell are fire seeds? Oh, whatever they are, they're a special item, so I'm allowed them. Is a lantern special? A lantern is not special. No, that's gonna have to do. I will trade the Warhammer, though. For a dagger. And I'll trade a meal for a meal. Your quest for the Lore Stone of Herados will be fraught with disaster and danger. Blah, 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 blah. No matter what you roll, if you're smart, you should be able to win the adventure. How dare I do our pal Lantern dirty like that? Fire Orb used to be our pseudo-lantern. But now we don't have Fire Orb. The hours leading up to your departure from Elzian are spent checking and double-checking your equipment and provisions. But, no matter how hard you try to concentrate on these preparations, your mind is constantly invaded by the shadowy image of Kazan Ode. An image identical to the vision that appeared the previous evening in the well of the council chamber. You are filled with a deep dread as you contemplate the probable sight of your own grave. However, coupled to this terrible sense of foreboding is a far greater and irresistible desire to discover the Lord Stone of Herados. Shortly before dawn, your thoughts are disturbed by a knock at the door of your chamber. It is Ramoa. The time has come for your mission to begin. You follow him through the halls and galleries to a rooftop platform, nestling among the crimson towers of the Temple of Truth. Here you are greeted by a young man. He is tall and dark-skinned, with plaited flaxen hair and sharp cat-like eyes. He wears the gold and scarlet tunic of a Vakaros, a warrior magician of the Desai. "Hail, Pado," says Ramoa, bowing to the proud young man. "Hail, Lord Ramoa," he replies respectfully. "We are ready to sail." The first rays of dawn shimmer along the golden hull of the magnificent skyship that hovers above the rooftop platform. As the hum of its powerful engine rises, you thank Ramoa and bid him farewell before following Lord Pado to the boarding ladder at the edge of the platform. Once safely on board, the skyship rises into the chill dawn air, and Lord Ramoa and the Tower of Truth shrink swiftly beneath its golden keel. You look down with growing fascination as the sleek, bat-winged craft passes over the circling waters of the Elzian Canal and speeds northwards above the jungle of central Desi. As the grey chasm of Goron looms into view, splitting the emerald green land like a deep and terrible wound, Lord Pado joins you at the rail. Time is passed in conversation, and you learn much about the people of this untamed land and their history. You learn that the Elder Magi are all that remain of a race of great magicians who ruled Central Magnamond for thousands of years. They were wise and powerful, and their leadership was great until their numbers were decimated by a plague that swept across the world. Those who survived sought refuge in Desi and have lived in the mountains and the jungle ever since. The Vakaros are native soldiers of Desi who have been taught the art of battle magic by the Elder Magi to help them defend the northern border against invasion by the warlike Vasagonians. When you tell Lord Pado of your own past battles with the Desert Warriors, you sense a sadness within him. "How I wish my brother Cassin were here with us now," he says, staring thoughtfully towards the distant horizon. "He could tell many a brave tale of our great desert wars." You ask what became of his brother, and after a long pause, he replies solemnly, "Kazan Ode." Dun dun dun! The place that we're going killed his brother. The land of Desi is now spread out beneath you like a gigantic map. To the northwest you can see the foothills of the Karkos Range and the faint ribbon-like glimmer that is the River Doe. To the east, a bank of grey storm clouds advances unchecked along the sea of jungle vegetation. Shortly before noon, you sight your destination. The low domed buildings of Herdos appear on the horizon, followed by the waters of Lake Kor and a blackened finger of rocks upon which sits Khazan Ode. Even at this great distance, the awesome sight of the terrible fortress sends a chill along your spine. Lord Pado orders his crew to prepare for landing, and within the hour the great skyship is casting its shadow upon the flagstones of the plaza of Herdos. You are welcomed by Lord Arden, Elder of Herdos, and a detachment of his Vakaros guards. They escort you through the streets of the ancient town, past the tiny stone-walled buildings of fishermen and miners, to a quay where the glass-domed tower, which is several stories high, commands access to the busy harbour. As you enter the tower, you notice that the glass dome radiates a greenish light which, in spite of the blinding glare of the midday sun, can be quite clearly seen. Later, as the sun sinks slowly behind the peaks of the mountains, the light emanating from the tower becomes more visible, covering Lake Kor with an umbrella of ghostly luminescence. Lord Arden explains, this tower, together with 5 others that encircle the lake, generate a shield of magical energy that imprisons the evil of Khazan Ode. No creature, living or dead, can enter or leave the isle so long as the shield remains intact. We dare not lower our guard, and to allow you to land on the island, we've devised a means by which you could pass through the shield unharmed. He takes a gem the size of a small apple from his pocket of the silken robe he wears and places it in your hand. It is a dull, translucent red, but within its core is a swirling mist of glittering sparks, which flicker with gold and silver fire. It is a power key. Guard it well, for so long as you possess it, you may fulfill your quest. Lose it, and you may well never escape the Isle of Kor. Make sure to mark the power key on your items list, and carry it in your pocket of your tunic. One sec. Thank you kindly. At midnight, my Vakaros will take you by boat to the edge of the shield. On board is a small coracle in which you may pass through the shield and make your way to the Isle of Kor. We will pray for you, Lone Wolf. Midnight finds you standing on the deck of a square-rigged fishing boat. The sighing night wind and the creak of rope and timbers are the only sounds that accompany you across the black waters of Lake Kor. You arrive at a wall of shimmering green light, the power shield. The Vakaros whisper their goodbyes, and you paddle through the wall, drawing closer with every stroke to the sinister island fortress. 200 yards from the glistening black shoreline, you note 2 places where you might make a landing. If you wish to land at the stone jetty to the west, turn to 135. If you wish to land at the sheltered bay to the east, can we look at the map? So we came from here to here. And the map doesn't really give us any idea about which of these would be the better place to go, so I guess we'll just go with the top option. A streak of green forked lightning lights up the collapsed roof of Khazan Ode, and for a second it looks like the shattered ribs of a giant lizard. There is another flash of lightning, and 100 tower windows glare at you like empty eyes, edged with slivers of broken glass. A line of carved stone gargoyles adorns the black stone walls overhanging the jetty. Rings of rust and iron are clamped in their snarling, each wound round with slime-encrusted ropes that dangle in the water. At the jetty, it is deep enough to allow a large vessel to dock, but the current and the swell of the tide make it increasingly difficult for you to control your tiny boat. Your stomach tightens as the swell threatens to dash you against the jetty. If you have divination, which we do, turn to 75. You sense that neither the rope nor the rocks are quite what they seem. A terrible aura of wickedness hangs over the both of them. You try to delve deeper, but your concentration is broken when the boat lurches violently towards the jetty. A collision is only seconds away. If you prefer to close your eyes and pray. So dive overboard, grab the ropes that we've been told our Jedi senses tell us that we aren't what they seem, or close our eyes and pray. We'll jump overboard. You strike the seething water with a mighty splash and sink like a stone. A sharp tang of the lake fills your mouth, and its icy cold embrace numbs your muscles. Your first impulse on hitting the water is to lash out with your arms and swim, but you're hampered by a mass of plant life that coils around your flailing limbs. Desperate for air, you hack blindly at the weeds that now threaten to drag you to a watery grave. Fight combat as normal. However, because you are suffocating, deduct 2 hit points for every round. Doesn't have much combat strength. This should be a shield. Oh no, we don't have shield anymore. I miss you, shield. Oh well. We insta-kill the weeds. If you survive the struggle, turn to 158. Gasping for air, you claw your way to the surface and swim from for the rocky shore. Heaving yourself from the cold water, you crouch down, breathless and exhausted, beside a line of huge boulders, half buried in the coal black sand, and take stock of your belongings. You have lost 2 items from your backpack, and all your food has been ruined by the water. Erase all meals, and items of your choice from your action chart. I'm not giving up rope or lighting, so goodbye healing potion. Goodbye potion that we bought in the previous books. No sooner have you managed to control your breathing than you hear the sound of scraping, as if some heavy weight were being dragged across the rocks to your left. A vertical crack appears in the surface of the nearest boulder, and a sickly yellow light washes over you. It is not a boulder. You are staring at a huge eye. If you wish to leap to your feet and escape towards the sheer rock base of Kazan Ode, turn to 41. If you wish to attack the giant eye, sure. You plunge your weapon into the monstrous eye, and gouts of luminous jelly-like substance pour from the wound. A ghastly, inhuman scream of pain rises from the ground beneath you. Jets of hissing steam erupt through the sand, and a stinging cloud of grit assails your eyes. You reel backwards, shielding your face from the blast. The unexpected blow to your leg sends you sprawling to the ground, lose 2 hit points. Before you can rise, a warty green tentacle coils around your waists and pulls you towards the mutilated eye. We don't have Jedi Mind Blast, so instead we fight it. It just insta-eats us. The tentacle lifts you into the air, tightening its grip with each passing seconds until all breath is squeezed from your lungs. You are hurtled towards another massive boulder, which opens to reveal a monstrous jaw dripping with loathsome saliva. You are swallowed whole. Your life and your quest ends here. Rip. Death 6. No, Death 8, sorry. Okay, so same story. We talked to the mages. I liked our choices of this. I liked our choices of this. But there were some things that we wanted to do here. We wanted to deposit Warhammer, because we're trading that out for a dagger. We wanted to deposit meal. And meal, because we're going to pick up new meals, and having extra stored in the monastery is always nice. And we needed to get rid of some of these. Jailer's Key, Whistle. We'll put away the tickets and maps and whistles and maps and the half full, well, not even half full, the 1/3 full quiver. And I'll get rid of the fire sphere. I understand. This time, we can grab dagger, and full quiver, and lantern, and meal. Even though, well, actually no, we won't do meal then, will we? Because we know that meal gets ruined. We will do fire seeds instead. And potion of Lamsfer. Would you like to donate? No, I'm good, thank you. So we do Stone Jetty, Divination, jump into the water, beat up the... We insta-kill it again, beat up the plant, discard 2 objects, goodbye potion and potion. Okay, this time we will run away from the giant eye that ate us. A terrible growling follows you across the bleak shore as you race towards the high rock wall that is the base of Khazan Ode. At first, the sand felt comfortably warm, but now your boots have become unbearably hot. A few yards ahead, a line of stepping stones rises out of the scorching black sand. The stones lead away towards a jagged fissure in the rock wall. Press on through the burning sand or leap onto the nearest stone slab. Sure, I'll trust the stone slab. The relief is instantaneous. Quickly you move from stone to stone until you arrive at the shadowy opening in the wall. Echoing in the darkness, you hear the rustle and slither of things unseen. Suddenly something round and black breaks through the surface of the lake, splitting the night with its hideous cry. It hovers for a few seconds above the water before hurtling towards you at an unnerved speed. If you wish to take cover inside the fissure, if you wish to draw your weapon and prepare for combat, if you have a bow, yeah, let's shoot the bird. Only the faint green light of the power shield illuminates your moving target. You notch an arrow and take careful aim. As it speeds up the beach, weaving in and out of the boulders that litter its path. Pick a random number from the random number table. If you have weapon mastery with bow, add 3. And we have the silver bow, so there was no way for us to fail this roll. Unless we rolled literally a 0, I guess. The arrow pierces the center of the sphere and disappears completely. Fearing that your missile has proved harmless, you shoulder your bow and are about to draw a hand weapon when suddenly there is a flash of light and a tremendous explosion. The black sphere bursts into thousands of pieces and is consumed in a fireball of brilliant yellow flame. A wave of heat sears your face, lose a hit point, and you are hurled backwards into the fissure. If you choose to avoid going in the fissure, get in the fissure anyway. It takes a few minutes for you to get your bearings in the gloom of the narrow corridor. Outside, strange sounds echo across the beach, making you forget your natural caution and move deeper into the darkness. The uneven floor is coated with mud, and the warm, moist air reeks with a repugnant odor that reminds you of gutted fish. You press on, taking great pains not to slip and fall. But the light soon fades completely, and you slow to a halt. If you have the fire sphere, our good friend fire sphere, who has been replaced by lantern, or a torch and a tinderbox, so I don't have torch, I've only got tinderbox, turn to 61. Your light source flares brightly in the moist gloom of the passage. A cavern lies immediately ahead, its high arched roof a mass of dripping stalactites, hanging like thick spheres of pearly white stone. Cautiously, you step across the cavern floor, your skin prickling as peculiar sounds emanate from the shadows. You wind your way through the labyrinth of tunnels, slipping on moss-covered rocks, grazing your head upon low ceilings, and scrambling up and down step ridges and rock falls, until you arrive at a smooth-walled chamber, carved with precision from the hard black rock. A staircase ascends through the archway to your left. and directly ahead stands a massive stone door. Examine the door. At first glance, the lock looks completely smooth, with no locks, bars, rivets, or hinges, marring its polished surface. However, a closer examination reveals a tiny keyhole set near to the floor. If you have a gold key, you may attempt to open the door. If you don't, go here. Your basic skills tell you that the lock that secures the door is magical, not mechanical. Any attempts to discover its secret are blocked by a spell that shields the lock. You abandon the door and leave the chambers by the stairs. The staircase seems to continue forever, coiling its way upwards through the solid rock. But eventually you arrive at a landing from which a tunnel stretches into darkness. You're about to enter when your basic Kai instincts alerts you to a shallow step that crosses one side of the tunnel to the other. A closer look reveals the step to be a perfect square of marble that covers the first 10 feet. Prod it with a weapon to test for a trap. Jump across it. Or just walk across the probable trap. Yeah, let's prod it. No matter how hard you prod, it shows no sign of movement. But your probing does uncover something previously hidden beneath the dust. You scrape away the grime until the outline of a coiled snake is revealed, etched deep into the dull grey marble. Carved in the center of its scaly coils is the number 123. Make note of this number in the margins of your action chart. It could come in use later in your adventure. If you want to walk across the slab, no, we will jump. You clear the slab with a bound and press on along the winding tunnel. A warm, damp wind whistles along the rough-walled passage, carrying with it a rancid smell of sulfur and decay. For over an hour, you walk down the tunnel, leaping over fissures in the uneven floor and taking care not to tread on the glistening blue-black worms that slither away into cracks in the rock when your light invades their damp, dark world. Eventually, the tunnel opens into an oval-shaped chamber. A staircase, festooned with cobwebs, ascends to an open trapdoor in the ceiling. The familiar pale green glow of the power shield filters in through this portal. At the foot of the stairs lies the mouldering remains of a body, partially encased in armor. A rusty sword is clenched in its skeletal fist, and a bone-handled dagger protrudes from the base of its skull. Let's examine the body a bit more closely. You recognize the dead man's hauberk as that of a Kikuchi mercenary. The 10-pointed star of Nikisa, the symbol of that country's capital city, adorns each of the rusty buckles that fasten the chainmail armor. In a leather pouch hanging from his belt, you discover 6 crowns, and inside the tattered remains of his backpack there is rope and a hooded Wascally Wabbit. A hooded red robe. Is it a special item? It is a normal item. No point in not having 2 ropes. Always throw away the extra rope if we need to. If you want to continue along the... Oh, sorry. A closer examination of the weapon shows them both to be useless. The bone-handled dagger crumbles to dust when you try to dislodge it from the corpse's skull, and the blade of the sword is dull and eaten by rust. If you wish to continue along the tunnel, go here, or climb the stairs and investigate the trapdoor. Yes, we will investigate the trapdoor. Cleaving a path through the thick cobwebs proves more difficult than you had anticipated. Sticky, rope-like strands soon cover you from head to foot, and to your horror, they begin to shrink. It is too late to evade the attack. You must fight for your life. The enemy is immune to Mind Blast and Psi Surge. Owing to your restricted ability to move, reduce your combat skill by 4. Can we insta-kill it? No, but it's barely scratched us. I do not die to the cobwebs. Cutting yourself free from the last of the deadly strands, you race headlong up the stairs and out through this open portal. You discover that during the struggle, you lost a weapon and one of your items from your... Quit stealing my items. Erase a weapon of your choice and a second item on the list of your backpack items. I will happily get rid of the dagger over the bow. You find yourself standing in the ruins of a small storehouse. Through the shattered pane of glass of the solitary arched window, you can see the eerie outline of broken battlements and the fire-blackened tower. You are staring at the remains of Khazan Ud. Stepping carefully through the slime-smeared rubble, you stop for a moment to catch your breath and survey the shattered keep of Khazan Ud. It is a desolate sight. Only stone buildings remain intact, and everything is covered with creepers and mildew. A great fire must have ravaged the inner fortress to have resulted in such total devastation. In the center of the keep stands the Great Hall, a still imposing stronghold made all the more frightening by the constant flash of green lightning. Beyond its burnt and fungus-covered wooden door, twisted tree forms with sharp babbled thorns sprawl across the cracked flagstones like coils of steel wire. You're about to enter when a movement in the air around your head arrests you. A shape is taking form in the doorway. A shadowy figure with flaming red eyes, and an icy chill grips your heart as it sweeps past you with a swirling rush of wind. You spin around to see it hovering in the sky, its shadowy hand gripping a great spiked ball and chain. It shrieks an unearthly cry, and the ball whistles down towards your unprotected... It's not unprotected. We have the silver helm. A shadowy figure... No, we've already had that. If you have Psi Screen, turn here. I do not. If you do not, prepare for combat. Owing to the speed of the attack, deduct 3 points from your combat skill for the first 3 rounds, unless you have Hunt Mastery. We have our backup Dagger of Dark Lord. The enemy didn't even hurt us, literally. If you win combat, turn here. The shadow flares red before dissolving into a grey mist that is carried away swiftly on the stormy air. A sudden chill makes you shiver. You pull your cloak around you, taking comfort from its warmth. But it is as if the cold comes not from the damp wind, but from somewhere deep inside you. You feel hungry and must eat or lose 3 hit points. No! When you've finished, you check your equipment and take cautious steps inside the Great Hall. Yes, Remy. I mean, it's not really pre-computer. It's... like, computers existed when this was released, but it is a choose-your-own-adventure game that has RPG elements digitally implemented. No, not even pre-PC, Remy. These books are, like, 80s. 80s, 90s. So... Not even pre-PC. So I take some problems because I don't have meals. Stealthily, you cross the cracked flagstone floor from the Great Hall. Your muscles and nerves tensed for the sound of danger. The constant sound of dripping water and the howl of the storm add to the utter desolation of the chamber. A thorny jungle of briars climbs the wall with greedy claws, coiling around rotten frames of paintings, weaving its way through damp and mouldering tapestries. Suspended above the fireplace is a great Anarian broadsword, its pitted steel blade pointing to one side. Your eyes travel the blade to the shadows of the fireplace, and you notice something lying in the grate. Moving nearer, you see that it is the body of a dead man. Behind it is a panel, wedged open by the corpse. Peering into the gloomy opening, you can make out some stairs disappearing down into the darkness. If you wish to examine the dead body, we will. The first thing you notice is that it has no wounds. No sword cuts or arrow shafts pierce his armor. If it were not for the unmistakable smell of death, you would be forgiven for thinking that they were asleep. You turn the body over to take a look at his face and recoil in shock at the sight before you. The eyes are missing, leaving two ghastly black holes. The tongue hangs out, dark and swollen, and from the corners of the twisted mouth oozes a thick greenish fluid. Filled with revulsion, you leave the body and step into the passage. Descending the narrow staircase, you arrive at a tunnel-like corridor sandwiched between two walls of mouldering masonry. Foul, oily water gurgles along the channel in the slippery floor towards a distant archway, which is blocked by a black iron portcullis. Bolted to the crisscrossed bars is a plaque which bears a curious design. If you think you know the correct combination, turn to the entry that bears the same number. On a wall to your left is a large rusty dial with a brass pointer set around it like the numerals of a clock. There are the numbers 1 to 40, and below the dial is a lever. Your Kai instincts tell you that by selecting the correct number, or numbers, and pulling the lever, you can open the portcullis. I do have divination. You sense that a trap guards the portal. If you choose wrongly, consequences could be fatal. You ponder the problem of the portcullis for several minutes, using your natural Kai instincts to the fullest as you try to discover which of the numbers will open it. An image of 4 numbers, 3, 9, 13, and 33, fills your mind. However, you cannot determine which is right. But I don't want any of these. I want to go away and go a different direction, because all of these sound like they're going to insta-kill me. If you wish to pick 3, turn to page 3. If you wish to pick 9, go to 9. If you wish to pick 13, go to 13. If you wish to pick 33, go to 33. Well, 13 is unlucky, so clearly we go with 9. A faint rumble grows louder. There is a clatter of chains and the squeal of metal on metal as the portcullis rises into the roof. Wasting no time, you duck under the spiked bars and hurry into the tunnel beyond. Luck is a skill. You have taken only a few steps when you hear a faint whispering sound. You watch horrified as the hard stone... No! We weren't lucky. Stone floor beneath your feet disappears into a yawning black hole. Helplessly, you tumble into the void, knocking yourself unconscious on a jagged outcrop of rock as you plummet to the depths unknown. You regain consciousness with a start, reaching instinctively for your weapon, lest danger be waiting to greet you. A dull throbbing fills your head as you sit up and take stock of your surroundings. You find yourself on top of a mound of rotting vegetation, and good day, Bummer. Stacked high in the corner of a shadowy chamber. A harsh reptilian odor fills your nostrils, the unmistakable smell of snakes. As your vision clears, you notice, amid the slime that covers the floor, what appear to be undigested human bones. A rib cage, 2 skulls, and several vertebrae are illuminated by a shaft of light descending from a grate in the ceiling. It flickers, and for a second you catch a glimpse of a great skull-like face through the iron bars. Fear wells up inside you as a chilling laugh pierces the silence. But it is not the sound of the cruel, inhumane laughter that freezes your blood. It is the sight of a colossal wedge-shaped head rearing up through the mound on which you sit. The head of a gigantic snake. You leap to your feet, run to the far corner of the chamber, your heart pounding loudly in your ears. The snake rises up, almost to the ceiling, its forked tongue flickering angrily below a single yellow eye. That's only a one-eyed snake? which is set deep in the center of its green, scaly head. Once more, the chamber echoes to cruel laughter as the monster shakes off its rotting nest and slithers forwards. We do have a bow. To your horror, you discover that your quiver is empty. Your arrows have fallen out and lie buried in the nest of vegetation upon which you awoke. Erase them from your action chart. With a cry of frustration, you shoulder your bow and unsheath your hand weapon as the snake draws itself back in preparation to strike. Revealing its fangs like great curved broadswords glistening with venom, shining coldly in the light that pours down through the grating high above, you grip your weapon, bracing your back against the wet stone wall and waiting for the right moment to strike. As the monstrous head sways awkwardly from side to side, you catch sight of a small tunnel cut out of the far wall, which had previously been hidden from view by the snake in its nest. Your spirits are raised by the possibility of escaping this nightmare, but first you must fight the creature. Unless you have curing, double all endurance point, all lost to this combat due to the venomous bite of the monster. Well, we chose healing because healing is OP, so we don't lose double health. 2 more rounds. Yeah, it reduced us to about 2/3 health. A maniacal scream of anger echoes from behind the grating as the snake crashes lifelessly to the ground. Bolts of red fire rain down all around you, splintering the stone floor and leaving nothing but molten cinders wherever they strike. You clamber across the snake and dive into the tunnel to avoid this rain of crimson death. To your dismay, you discover that the tunnel is no more than a shallow cave. A shelter for a clutch of eggs, each no smaller than a barrel of ale. They rest upon a bed of packs and torn clothing, the last remains of adventurers who had previously fell foul of the traps of Khazan-Od. If you wish to examine more carefully, of course. The eggs are warm and you can feel movement through their leathery shells. You roll them aside and sift through the debris of the nest. You discover a mace, a padded leather waistcoat, a sword, a helmet, a blanket, a bottle of wine, a dagger, a healing potion. I need a replacement dagger. I don't need a second padded leather waistcoat. It would feel gamey to wear 2 helmets. Yeah, it knows that we're not allowed 2 helmets. Good. Bottle of wine or healing potion? I'll take the bottle of wine. The sound of a bolt and a creak of dry hinge echoes through the chamber behind you, causing your pulse to race anew. Pick a number from the random number table. We sucked. You crouch in total silence, every nerve and muscle tensed in readiness of combat. A new sound reaches your ears, but it doesn't actually come from the chamber, rather the tunnel in which you are hiding. The sound of a cracking shell. You turn to see a maw of slimy, twisted serpents hatching from their eggs. Each as long and thick as your arm. Instinctively, they slither towards you, attracted by your body heat and driven by an insatiable desire for food. We don't have animal, nor do we have advanced camouflage. I do, however, have a fire seed. Blindly, the young serpents writhe around your feet, their fanged jaws snapping wildly at your unarmored legs. Combat is unavoidable, and you must fight them as one. You grab a fire seed from your pocket and hurl it to the ground. It explodes on impact with a blinding flash. Hissing and spitting, the serpent broods slither away into the shadows, eager to escape the stinging pain of the flames. Okay, so these are kind of like flashbang grenades. More noise echoes from the chamber. This time it is the clinking of armor and weapons. Desperately, you tap the wall with the hilt of your weapon, praying for the dull, telltale thud of a thin or hollow partition through which you might effect an escape. However, the walls yield no such sound. In the roof, you discover an old trapdoor hatch, sealed off with bricks and mortar. There is a faint glimmer of light seeping through a hairline crack, which fills you with renewed hope. With a flurry of blows, the mortar crumbles, and the bricks spill forth. Without waiting for the dust to settle, you climb through the jagged hole, emerging into a hall filled with damp and earthy smells. 2 rows of great stone pillars support the roof, and a huge granite sarcophagus stands at the center of the floor. From within a black tunnel to your right, you hear the clanking of armor and the sound of approaching footsteps. Sure, we'll ambush whoever's coming. Taking up a position to one side of the tunnel, you press yourself flat against the wall and wait for the best moment to strike. 4 warriors, dark and grim, march into the hall single file. At first sight, you mistake them for Dracarim. Their black-clad armor and skull-like helmets seem identical to those worn by the evil human warriors which serve the Dark Lords of Helgadad. As you launch your attack, you see their features and realize that they cannot possibly be human. Great sloping shoulders support their unnaturally long arms. Yellow-clawed, hairy hands grip axes and spears of rough, wrought iron. And behind them swing long, tufted tails like those of lions. Your first blow shears through the backplate of the last warrior in the line, causing him to howl like a demon and collapse into a crumpled heap at your feet. The others spin, turning to face you, their reactions battle-swift and weapons raised to counter the threat that you pose. The leader throws open his visor to reveal a boar-like snout and tusks. He bellows a fearsome growl and stabs at you with his spear. The others echo his cry and close. You cannot evade combat and must fight them as a single enemy. Fight, 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 fight. Your enemy stabbed you a bit. We're down to 3/5 health. Taking up a position to one side of the tunnel. No, we did that. If you win combat, turn to 56. You search the bodies of the slain beastmen, looking for anything that might shed more light on the mysterious fortress. After emptying their packs and their pockets, you sift through the following items. Meal, arrow. I do need arrows. So we will refill our quiver. Am I allowed a second quiver? Fantastic. I don't need another bow, I don't need an axe, I don't need a spear. I have no space for meals. But I'll trade the bottle of wine for a meal. I will trade the backup rope for a pouch of herbs that I don't know what it's going to do. If you have the discipline of curing and wish to identify the herbs, turn here. They are crushed angana leaves, a plant that grows in abundance in the Bavari hills of northern Desi. 1 dose is enough to increase your combat skill by 6 points. Okay, so these are performance-enhancing drugs. However, it is shunned by professional warriors and outlawed in the Lastlands because it is addictive. If you decide to take a portion prior to combat, there is a chance you could become addicted. As soon as combat is resolved, you must pick a number from the random number table. If the number you pick is 0 or 1, you become addicted and your endurance score must be reduced by 4 points. This is permanent. Good lord, no. Should the opportunity to use a further dose ever arise, its effects will only be half of that of the original dose. If you wish to examine the sarcophagus, turn to 83. If you wish to enter the tunnel from which the beastmen appeared, turn here. Or if you wish to leave by the other tunnel, turn here. Sure, we'll look at the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus is covered with intricate carvings depicting a procession of strange creatures, some are part human and part animal. Others are wholly alien to anything that you have ever encountered. One carving in particular holds your attention, that of a snake coiled around a row of 3 stone buttons. It reminds you of a lock designed by the locksmiths of Holmgard, the capital city of your homeland. Your keen eyes are drawn to a faint crack that runs vertically through the stone. You follow the line of the crack and discover it marks the outline of a concealed door. If you wish to try and open the door, turn to 15. 115. If you prefer to leave by the tunnel, turn to 323. If you wish to go through the other exit, no. We'll try and open the concealed door, why not? If the lock operates the same way as those made by the Locksmiths Guild of Holmgard, you need only press each button once to open the door. But in which order should you press them? Well, we were told to note down our snake combination code. Memory says that it was 1, 2, 3. It might also have been 1, 3, 2. As you press the third button, you hear a distinct click. The panel slides open, and you find yourself staring down a flight of steps that lead to a strong iron-shod door. Sure. To your relief, you discover the door is unlocked and unguarded. Beyond it, a torchlit corridor descends through a series of deserted chambers, each one defaced by years of neglect and decay. Rotting curtains and mouldering— they love the word mouldering, this book— furniture are all that remains of a sumptuous abode, a luxurious underground retreat for the Lord of Khazan-Od. You are about to enter one of these chambers when the sound of muttering stops you dead in your tracks. 3 spindly-limbed creatures are seated at a table in the center of the room. They chatter excitedly in a language that is alien to your ears and point with slim green fingers at the parchment spread out before them. They wear long, hooded robes of purple silk and appear to be unarmed. If you have picked 3 of the skills that create a special ability, turn to this page. We haven't. If you wish to launch a surprise attack, turn to 295. If you want to sneak through— no, let's kill them. The creatures are so engrossed in their discussion that they do not notice you enter the chamber. We do have a bow. Let's shoot one dead. You aim and fire. The arrow sinks feather deep into the skull of the creature on your left. The others shriek with horror and surprise and leap from their seats, scrambling to take cover behind the table. The clang of a bell fills the room, and the sound of running footsteps echoes along the corridor. 4 warriors burst into the chamber, weapons drawn, bodies encased in shiny black armor. They take one look at the dead creature and hurl themselves at you in a frenzied attack. We are on low enough health that I'm actually going to burn one of our potions. Use. Yes. Good. Health is back up to where it should be. Fire your bow again. Your arrow strikes its mark, burying itself deep in the chest of the leader. He screams like an animal and falls forward, impaling himself on his sword as he crashes to the ground. Shouldering your bow, you draw a hand weapon as the other guards press on with their attack, undaunted by the deaths of their leader. So it has more health than us, but noticeably less combat skill. We do not choose to use the performance-enhancing drugs that can permanently cripple our health. And they scratched us, but not too badly. We won the combat quickly. Before the last defeated enemy hits the ground, you are sprinting along the corridor, anxious to leave the chamber and the dying guards behind. You pass through an archway that leads to an open landing at the top of a spiral staircase and hurry down. At the bottom, a tunnel leads off to the west and the east. You have the Magna Chi discipline of pathmanship or divination. Turn here. Your Kai mastery reveals that the wall at the bottom of the staircase contains a secret door. One of the bricks is smoother than the others, and you sense that it activates the lock, keeping the door closed. Sure, we'll open it. The brick slides in, and the secret door opens. Before you stands an ugly, bearded dwarf wearing grimy black velvet jerkin. His pig eyes twinkle malevolently as he raises a hollow brass tube and points it at your face. "Sweet dreams," he cackles, and a blast of icy cold vapor shoots from the tip, catching you squarely in the face. You reel back, coughing and choking, as the bitter vapor fills your lungs. By the time you realize you've inhaled a powerful sleeping gas, your body is succumbing to its irresistible power. You awake to such an astounding sight that you feel you must be dreaming. Before you lies a titanic circular hall of glittering marble. rising tier on tier like a gigantic amphitheater. A vast pit fills the center, from which arises a pinnacle of black iron, linked by sheets of flame that roar up from the depths below. Scores of seated creatures crowd the tiers, every one of them staring at you, their eyes like pinpoints of fire gleaming coldly from the shadows of their hooded robes. You hear the rustle of their mocking laughter, and your skin prickles with an eerie premonition. A great gong booms in the distance, and the doleful chant arises from the crowded tiers. The urge to run for this evil place grips you like a fever, but your wrists are manacled securely to a bronze ring fixed to the wall above your head. "Let the trial commence," commands a mighty voice, filling the hall with clamoring echoes. As one, the robed spectators rise from their seats as the shaft of light pours down upon the pinnacle, illuminating the outline of a man, white-haired and gaunt, seated on a massive throne of solid gleaming gold. Suspended in the air above his head are two crystals, one as clear as a polished diamond, the other as black as the grave. A crackling arc of energy travels between them, and its flickering blue light sheds a ghostly shadow on the face of the seated lord. "Intruder," he says, his voice soft yet chilling, "you have come to Khazan-Od with murder in your heart. Have not the cowards of Elzian promised to reward you for my destruction?" A drone of dissent surges from the crowded tiers, drowning any answer you offer in your defense. The Lord rises slowly from the throne and turns to his baying minions, his hand outstretched as if to receive the adulation. As their ghastly drone grows louder, your eye is drawn to the clear crystal that hovers above his head. A golden light glows at its core. In a flash of understanding, you recognize this object is that of your quest, the Lawstone of Herdos. "Your verdict, my children?" cries the wild-eyed man, his voice harsh and angry. "Guilty, Lord Zardha," the crowd howls in reply. "The sentence?" retorts their master. "The maze," they scream. "The maze!" We have the summer sword. A rickety hunchbacked creature, swathed in hooded robe, approaches the platform on which you are manacled to the wall. With an efficiency born of practice, he strips you of all your weapons and hands them to an ugly-faced dwarf hovering at his side. The dwarf looks at the summer sword with an appraising eye, raises it above his head to show it to his master, but before he can speak, there is a sudden roar as a bolt of golden energy engulfs its hilt. Screaming with pain, he drops the sword and cradles his smoking hand, his fingers missing half their length. You are unable to hide your smile, and are quickly punished for your insolence. The robed creature strikes you across the face, gashing your cheek with its rough, warty fist. "Take him to the maze," commands the white-haired Lord Zardha, "and leave his sword for me." The summer sword rises into the air and floats towards the golden throne on a cushion of blue mist. As you are dragged from the hall in chains, you are taunted by Zardha's cruel laugh and fear that your quest is doomed to failure. Erase anything weapon or weapon-like from your action chart and make note of them on a separate piece of paper in case you should discover them later in your adventure. An escort of armored guards forces you along a steel passageway, lined by a crowd of jeering minions. They punch and spit at you as you pass between them, and their foul curses ring in your ears. The guards halt before a huge door of iron and unlock the manacles that encase your bruised, bloodied wrists. The points of their spears never wander far from your throat, discouraging any attempted escape. The door rumbles open, and a cheer goes up as you're pushed headfirst into a foul-smelling pit. "Welcome to the maze," sneers the chilling voice of Lord Zardha. From somewhere high above your head, you struggle to your feet and peer up at a ceiling of swirling mist. A faint glow is gradually taking shape, condensing and forming into the likeness of a human skull. Baleful green eyes stare down at you from bony sockets, and a powdered wig, like that of a high court judge, sits squarely upon its fleshless head. You came here to kill, but your plans have been foiled. And now you must face the consequences, echoes the voice in the skull. You have been sentenced to enter the maze of Zadha. If you escape, your life may be spared. If you fail, you will surely die, a fitting end for those who came here in search of death. The skull retreats into the mist, and a deadly silence fills the pit. A semicircular shadow falls on the wall. It grows larger and darker until it resembles the mouth of a cave. Suddenly, a gust of chill air whistles from out of the darkness, and you realize that you are staring at the entrance to the maze. Enter, orders the voice, or die where you stand. It is no idle threat. A crossbow bolt slams into the sand inches from your feet, and the click of a steel drawstring warns that others would follow should you disobey. Reluctantly, you step forward and enter the maze of Zadha. You are standing in a passage, the walls and floor of which are completely sheer and smooth. Overhead swirls a mist that gives off a dim, diffused light, just enough for you to be able to see your way ahead. Without your weapons, you feel naked and vulnerable. But you take some comfort in the fact that you still have your backpack, your gold crowns, and your special items. Do we? I mean, I have some healing items. I do still have the helmet and waistcoat, buffing our health. Cautiously you walk along the passage, expecting the unexpected, until you arrive at a circular vault. There, upon a block of marble in the centre, lies a steel sword. As you step onto the vault, slabs of stone sink into the floor to reveal two exits, one to your left and one to your right. I do have divination, so we look at it. The sword itself is plain and unremarkable, but the block on which it's standing gives off the strong aura of magic. Your mastery skill makes you wary of stepping any closer. Sure, we've got a rope. Try and lasso the sword. You have no difficulty in looping your rope around the sword hilt and drawing it towards you. It is plain, heavy-bladed weapon, of poor quality and unworthy of your scabbard, but in this strange and hostile maze, this rough steel blade helps to restore some hope of survival. We'll take the right tunnel. You walk along the passage for several minutes until it turns sharply to the left. Cautiously, you peer around the corner, and your Kai instincts alert you to the potential threat. Peering down, you see a beam of light shining one side of the corridor to the other. The passage ahead looks no different to those of the rest of the maze, but you are sure that it contains a deadly trap. If you want to step over the beam of light... Yes, please. Jets of fire spurt from the floor and walls, momentarily blinding you. A wave of searing heat buffets your face, singeing your hair and eyelashes, lose 2 HP, and forcing you to retreat for fear of being burned alive. Suddenly there is a ghastly scream. Something is approaching you through the flames. In the next instant, a blazing human form staggers into view. It shrieks in agony and lurches out of the fire jets, its arms flailing wildly as it launches an attack. Sure, we'll fight it. With a cry that shakes your soul, the creature leaps forward to claw at your throat. It is immune to Maya Blast, but not Psy Surge, unless you have the Magna-Kai Discipline of Nexus, double health lost due to the severity of burns you sustain. So it has really bad combat skill, but it has a fair bit of health. We will, yes please, equip our sword. We will not be using the drugs. Okay, we defeat it with barely taking a scratch. A heap of molten ash is now all that remains of the Flame Man. As suddenly as they began, the jets of flame turn off, leaving the passage ahead shimmering with a heat haze. A laugh, cold and distant, echoes above the ceiling of mist, stirring you to curse Lord Zadha and his deadly maze. You cover 50 yards before the passage opens into a large circular chamber. There, on a plinth in the center of the floor, rests a severed human hand. The skin is mottled and swollen, the fingers black and decayed. Beyond the plinth, the passage continues straight ahead, flanked by 2 pillars of speckled green smoke. Let's not examine the disembodied hand. As you draw level with the plinth, the fingers on the hand begin to move. They rise and fall, drumming a slow and clumsy rhythm on the granite surface. The dull thudding causes your head to ache, and the pain increases with every tap of the swollen fingers. I do not have Psi Screen. The pain soon becomes unbearable. You reel back in agony as the drumming increases in speed. Unless you act quickly, it will destroy your mind. I will use one of our fire seeds. Snatching the seed from your tunic pocket, you hurl it at the plinth. There is a loud crack as the shell shatters, and a splash of bright flame engulfs the plinth. Soon the hand catches fire. It wriggles and squirms as the flames feed on its loathsome flesh, and it's soon obscured by a pall of acrid black smoke. Yeah, we'll wait for the flames to die down. As the flames die down, you can see the blackened hand lying at the base of the plinth. To your horror and amazement, it begins to move, flexing its charred fingers jerkily. Open-mouthed, you stare in disbelief as it springs into the air and hovers above your head. Its writhing fingers stretched open, it plummets towards your skull. Pick a number from the random number table, add 3 if you have Hunt Mastery. We only did mediumly well. You suddenly realize the horrific purpose of the hand. It is a predator, an evil, sentient being that survives by consuming one form of nourishment: live human brains. Diving and rolling, you avoid its initial attack, escaping its scratches to your scalp. But as it rises once more, you cannot help but fear your life will soon end. It is immune to Mind Blast, but not Psi Surge. But it has garbage combat skill, so we don't care. Ooh, we are actually at half health. If you win combat, turn to this page. The Rakos lies motionless on the ground before you. In spite of the many blows you have dealt it, it shows no signs of ever having been involved in combat. No, I want to work out how to kill it properly. As you peer at the horrible hand, it leaps at your face. You scream with terror, instinctively lashing out to deflect its attacks. You strike it hard and send it spinning towards the green pillar. Just as it draws level with the pillar, the hand explodes. It is spun straight into an invisible barrier of destructive energy that flows between the pillars. As it disintegrates into thousands of tiny fragments, you feel elated that at last victory is yours. Good, booms the voice of Zadha. As you enter the passageway, the cowards of Elzian have at last sent a warrior worthy of my maze. The words conjure up a picture of Lord Zadha, seated on his golden throne, with the object of your quest, the Law Stone of Herodos, suspended above it. The image strengthens your resolve to survive this maze and escape. If you can then find your way back to Zadha's throne room, the success of the quest will be within your grasp. You walk along the passage, your mind filled with possible problems and perils that you might have to overcome. One such problem looms into view as the passage takes a sharp turn. You enter a chamber where a tall bronze statue stands. You recognize its distinctive headdress and robes immediately. It is Zakan, a ruler of the desert empire of Vasagonia. The statue looks most distressed. Its arms are outstretched in a gesture of hopelessness, and the expression on its face is one of sorrow and despair. Beyond the statue, there is an oval-shaped door flush with the wall. However, you discover that it is locked. The mist grows brighter. Once more, the skull appears and speaks, its voice forming as a raven's croak. Listen to the Zakan. Ponder what you hear. Give the correct answer, for fear he sheds a tear. The skull disappears into the misty ceiling, and you watch amazed as the dull bronze lips of the statue move. A harsh voice echoes from deep within its hollow metal body. My daughter has many sisters, as many sisters as she has brothers. But each of her brothers has twice as many sisters as brothers. So answer me this, wise warrior. How many sons and daughters do I have? Notepad. So, we have man. Man has sons and daughters, which we will call X and... Well, actually, we'll call them M for male and F for female, respectively. One of those daughters, so female minus 1, has as many sisters. So female minus 1 equals male. And simultaneously, each of her brothers has twice as many sisters as brothers. So male minus 1, because they wouldn't count themselves in that, equals each of her brothers, the male minus 1, has twice as many sisters as brothers, so equals 2F. F minus 1 equals M, and M minus 1 equals 2F. So we can sub equation 1 into equation 2, and we get F minus 2 equals 2F. That's worrying, because F is going to equal minus 3. Huh? Huh? F minus 2 equals 2F. So 0... No, we'll leave it as minus 2. Minus 2 equals just 1F. So apparently there are minus 2 daughters, which... Something is not right. Okay, so that suggests that I've mistranscribed these equations. Let's look at them again. Female minus 1 equals male. My daughter has many sisters as she has brothers. So if you don't include one of the females, the number of females and males is equal. On the other hand, her brothers have twice as many sisters as brothers. So subtract 1 from the number of males, because they wouldn't include themselves. And then that remain... Yeah, I put the 2 on the wrong side. It's that 2 times male minus 1 equals female, not male minus 1 equals 2 female. Okay, now we can back substitute again. And we get 2... Female minus 1 equals female. 2 female minus 2 equals female. 2 female minus 2... No, minus 4, because that gets doubled, equals female. Female equals 4. Check that works. Well, actually substitute that into the other thing to get male number as well. So 4 minus 1 equals male equals 3. And then check that works for those 2 original equations. Or check that checks out. If there were 4 daughters, yes, that works out for the first equation, because 4 daughters, any single daughter there has as many sisters as brothers. and that any brother has twice as many sisters as he has brothers. So the total number of children is 7, 4 daughters, 3 brothers. Consider your answer carefully. When you have decided, write down first the number of sons that he has, and then immediately next to it the number of daughters. So I want to go to 34. Yes, this is the correct combination. Proceed with your quest. Only linear algebra, not matrix math, but still, we let love of the mathematics flow through us. In reply to your correct answer, the oval door emits a click and slowly swings open. You step through and descend a steep ramp to the long corridor whose walls are covered with what appears to be gigantic cocoons, stretching into the distance as far as you can see. The oval door clicks shut, but the clicking continues, like an echo, only growing steadily louder. In the gloomy corridor ahead, you can see that something is moving. A huge worm-like creature with great black eyes and horny mandibles slithers towards you. A purple froth bubbling from its mouth as it picks up on your scent. I don't have a silver whistle. We didn't bring it with us. I didn't think the whistle would be useful. Although it might not have been silver from previous... I thought it was a bronze whistle that we left at the monastery. We don't have invisibility, and we don't have animal control. Relentlessly as the worm moves forwards, forcing you back up the ramp towards the oval door, there is no way to escape and you have no choice but to fight the repulsive creature. It is especially susceptible to psychic attacks. Double its damage loss. Okay. Insta-kill, with no loss of health to us. And we're working our way back up. We're now at 3/4 health instead of half. Your killing blow makes the Udagorg twist back on itself, its head disappearing into the misty ceiling. There is a deafening crack as blue lightning engulfs its neck, crackling snake-like around its horrible body and filling the corridor with a smell of burning meat. The creature thrashes wildly for several minutes, and when its gruesome dance finally ends, you see a canopy of mist. The canopy of mist above is no longer there. In the darkness above you, you see a deserted walkway and a metal observation platform. Do we try and climb out of the maze on the dead body? As you pull yourself onto the cold iron platform, you see the maze spread out below you like the surface of a massive brain. Each chamber a cell populated with perils created by the devilish imagination of Lord Zada. A crisscross of interconnecting walkways is suspended above the maze by gigantic chains that vanish into the blackness. You hurry along the iron path towards a staircase that descends to an arc beyond the boundary wall of the maze. As you run through it, you hear an alarm bell echoing in the vastness above. Your escape has not gone unnoticed. The vaulted corridors lie beyond the arc, which turns to a junction with 2 exits. If you have pathmanship, which we do, turn to this. Your skills reveal that a passage to your left goes to a complex of prison cells, while the passage to your right leads to a guard room and torture chamber. We'll try and free some prisoners, why not? The passage leads to an enormous compound of cells that holds the slaves of Khazan Ode. They are, in the main, a pitiful herd of gangling black-skinned creatures with sorrowful eyes and backs bent crooked by years of hard labor. The prisoners press their sad faces against the tiny grates of their cells, curious to see the fair-skinned warrior who walks upright among them. They hiss as you pass, until the entire complex echoes to the sound of their sibilant scorn. At the back, there is a cell that resembles a cage, denying its prisoner even a small degree of privacy. You stare through the bars at the black-skinned man sleeping on the straw-covered floor. His blonde hair and red and gold tunic stained with blood and grime. The key to his cell hangs on a cord, on a peg driven into a nearby wall. Of course we free him. The creaking door stirs the man from sleep. He rolls over and cowers in the corner. His eyes are cloudy, like frosted glass. His face and hands pitted with disease. We have healing. You recognize the symptoms of tachycardia, or jail rot, as it is commonly called in your country. As you approach the trembling man, you reassure him you mean him no harm. You can help him if he will trust you. Placing your hands over his eyes, you transfuse healing power using your Magna Chi skills into his sick body. Concentrating your energy into reversing the terrible effects of the disease. When you remove your hands, his eyes are no longer opaque. They gleam with a cat-like intensity. I can see, he says in astonishment. How can I ever repay you for this miracle? Before you can answer, the sound of running feet echoes along the corridor. Follow me, you say. If Zarda's guards find you, they will kill us both. You follow him to the end of a cell-block corridor, the angry shouts of the jailers ringing in your ears. A staircase looms ahead. Descending to a lower level, guarded by a grim-faced beastman armed with an axe. Double all hit points lost by your enemy during this combat, for he is attacking. You are also helped by your newfound partner. It shouldn't take much to defeat anyway. We have... Yep, we insta-kill him. Your companion rolls the body over and unsheathes a short sword and dagger from the beastman's belt. As you may take the axe that was used in combat and a dagger if you wish. Having a spare weapon is wise. We'll take the axe. At the bottom of the stairs is a deserted hallway, the end of which has two great doors of gleaming bronze, sumptuous tapestries, and statuettes of gold line the walls on either side. It has an ornate fountain of silvered marble, which fills the hall with a melodious bubbling sound. You have covered less than 20 feet when an armored guard steps into view from behind the fountain. He raises a crossbow, and you shout a warning to your partner, but you are too late. The bolt hisses through the air, hitting him with such force that he is knocked off his feet and sent crashing to the floor. The guard fumbles in a leather pouch for another quarrel with which to dispatch you. Kill the guy first. No. No, that's not the one I wanted. No, that was a misclick. Can I go back? No, it starts again. Oh. Rip. Death's at 9. I wanted to kill the guy first and help my friend second. Same. We were storing our meals. And extra potions. As for special items, the sphere is actually shown to be useful. Yeah, and it was brass whistle. Maybe I should keep the brass whistle then. Get rid of the empty, well, the semi-empty quiver. I'm going to take the brass whistle. Get rid of the jailer's key. We're awfully full. Yeah, I'll discard something if I have to. We trade the warhammer for a dagger. We take the grenades. We take the quiver. We take the healing potion. And we will take Mr. Lamb, seeing as we know our meals are going to get eaten. Whoops. Okay, and we do what we can to work our way back there. So it was Jetty, divination, dive into the water, defeat the weeds. Get rid of 2 things. Goodbye. Potion and tinderbox. Do not attack the eye. Yes to the stone slab. Fight the monster thing. Use the summer sword on it. I do have the fire sphere now. Examine the stone door. We don't have the special item. Prod it. Get the magic. Get the code for the snake door later. 1, 2, 3. Jump across. Examine the body. Yoink all the things. Let's go the other way. The cloying smell of damp and decay grows steadily stronger, and you're forced to cover your nose with a cloak to block out the sickly stench. The tunnel twists to the right, and you notice a small iron door set into the wall ahead and a narrow staircase descending to the gloom. Investigate. The door is locked, but the mechanism is so rusted that it crumbles under the slightest pressure. Inside is a squalid room filled with barrels, crates, and dusty bottles of wine, all that have soured. On a damp wooden bench lies a short sword, and beside it, a plain circular shield. Oh yes, please. Shield is +2 combat skill. Gimme, 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 gimme. Sword better than Warhammer. Search more. Taking hold of a crate, you pull open the lid as easily as if you were tearing the peel from an overripe orange. The damp timber crumbles in your hands, falling on the tarnished pewter plates lying within. Your boot staves in the side of another crate, and you hear the dull crunch of shattered porcelain. This one was full of Kikuchi vases, part of a cargo from a trading barge that sank on the reef decades ago. You're about to leave when an unusual sight catches your eye. The tip of a cylindrical map case is jutting out from behind. An empty cask. Unlike everything else in this foul room, it is dry and new. Flipping the brass catch, you tip the contents onto your palm. A piece of parchment and a diamond. You may keep the special item. A snake with one large eye is drawn in red ink on the parchment. It is coiled around the number 123. Make a note of this. So yes, please, to diamond. Why not? We will use our craftsmanship. We will use divination. The wrong number could be fatal. We'd chosen 9. And it led us to fight the snakes. So let's try 13. The shriek of metal on metal reverberates along the tunnel as great iron cogs grind into action. Slowly, the portcullis rises into the roof. Wasting no time, you duck beneath the pointed bars and hurry into the passage beyond. Rats flee, squeaking as you stalk along the slippery flagstones. You wince as their claws rasp on the wet rock, and their hairless tails furrow the stinking green slime that covers the surface of the tunnel floor. The passage widens as it approaches a staircase that leads down. Halfway down the stairs, you disturb a colony of bats nesting in the ceiling. They squeal angrily and whirl around your head, battering you with their wings and nipping at your face with their sharp, needle-like teeth. We do not possess animal skill, so we are forced to fight. They are very hungry. They want human blood. And we don't have animals... But we do have curing, so we don't take double damage from their poisonous saliva. Equip our short sword, please. No, our summer sword, thank you. And... shield. Insta-kill the bats. Well, insta-kill them on round 2. The bats are ravenously... No. We defeat them in combat. Look at the objects. As the Remaining survivors whirl their way into the darkness. You sheath your weapon and kick aside the torn bodies of those who fell to your deadly blows. A stone room awaits you at the bottom of the stairs, featureless and bare except for a weapons rack in the far corner. It holds a spear and a broadsword, both in remarkably fine condition. The torchlit tunnels offer an exit from the chamber. One descends to the north and the others to the east. Pathmanship skill. Covering the floor of the north tunnel are a myriad of tiny animal tracks, mice, rats, worms, snakes, the denizens common to every subterranean lair. All have left their mark upon the grime-encrusted flagstones. However, the east tunnel bears no such markings. The ground is smooth and undisturbed. Not even a film of dust discolors the grey stone floor. Your senses warn you that this tunnel is more than it seems. So, east equals danger. We go the other way. The tunnel descends to a vast cavernous hall. Spirals of yellow smoke rise up either side of a narrow stone walkway that leads to its centre. There it meets another path, running from east to west. Cautiously you advance along the walkway, your stomach unsettled by the stench of sulphurous smoke and the sight of a dark, yawning void on either side. At the junction you hear the sound of running feet, echoing from an archway to your right. The footfalls grow louder, and suddenly a man in leather armour bursts out into the darkness, his studded boots striking sparks on the stone pathway as he skids to a halt. Sweat pours down his lean and leathery face, and his eyes flash with fear. He casts an anxious glance over his shoulder before unsheathing his sword and advancing towards you. If you have divination, you may use it. You sense he is petrified with fear. An aura of evil grows stronger by the second, radiating from the darkened archway like a terrible black heat, an evil so strong that it blocks your discipline, and you cannot be sure if the warrior is a friend or foe. Sure, I'll defend myself. The warrior is halfway across the walkway when a hungry shriek resounds from the arc. He spins on his heel and crouches in readiness for combat. A murmur of low mutterings follow, and the sounds chill you. Then gurgling and hissing through clenched teeth. 3 creatures, their shiny skins as black as night, creep from the shadows and fix you both with fiery stares. The warrior begins to shake, his sword wavering in his gloved hand. As the creatures stalk forward, his nerve breaks and he turns and flees towards you. Save yourself, stranger! They will eat you alive! No, let him pass and face the creatures alone. Snickering with evil delight, the creatures stalk closer and closer. Talons spring from the fingers of their leathery webbed hands, and their eyes blaze with wild red fire as they prepare to pounce. The Dax? No, we got you, Dax. We got your number. 0 damage to us, 0 damage to us. They don't hurt us at all. We laugh, wiping away the sweat of battle on your grimy sleeve. You turn to go, but as you do, you stumble over something lying on the blood-splattered path. At first glance it looks like a mace, but closer inspection reveals a slim silver rod with an orange bowl of glass held in a claw at one end. It is far too delicate to be a weapon, used in the normal way. Sure, we'll pick it up. A searing current of pain runs the length of your arm and explodes in your head. Lights flash before your eyes and you collapse into unconsciousness. Okay, so we're taken back to this and put in the maze. They steal our stuff. I shouldn't have picked up the magical looking item. I do have divination. Rope the sword. We went right last time, so we'll go the other way left. After a few hundred yards, the passage turns abruptly to the right. Glinting in the dim light is a cluster of huge bubbles, floating languidly up and down the passage ahead. A slight breeze lifts them, and slowly they bounce towards you. Ooh. If you wish to push past them, if you have a sword and wish to strike out at them, sure. You cleave a path through the bubbles as easily as if you were scything cobwebs. As your sword punctures their jelly-like skins, they implode and plop to the floor in tatters. As you move on, your eyes peeled for the slightest hint of danger. A shadow on a floor in the distance makes you wary. Your fear turns to dismay. As they grow closer, you can see that it is a deep, dark pit that stretches across the entire corridor. There appears to be no way across. Staring at the opposite side, 30 feet away, you ponder the impossible task confronting you. A sudden glow in the misty ceiling heralds the return of the skull. The path across defies your sight. Find the path, or stay and fight. I have Psyscreen. You sense that there is a bridge hidden by a powerful spell of invisibility. Kneeling at the edge, you sweep your hands back and forth in the hope of locating it. But a noise in the passage behind you makes you stop and turn. The sound of heavy footsteps grows louder, and the passage looks deserted. Frantically, you continue to search for the invisible bridge. We rolled poorly. Maybe? Your hand strikes something invisible, set close to the edge of the pit, the beginning of a magically hidden bridge. Your fingers tell you that it is a plank, for it feels very thin and narrow. Footsteps halt. There is a piercing crack, like that of a whip. An angry red wheel opens across the back of your hand. You sense its presence, but you cannot see the enemy who dealt this wound. No, I'd rather fight the enemy. Another crack cuts the air, and you flinch as the invisible whip draws a crimson line on your thigh. You strain your Kai senses to discover the location of the enemy, but the magic that shields them is strong. Unless you have Hunt Mastery, reduce your combat skill by 2. If you possess a blanket or a red rope, you may wrap it around your arm as extra protection. Sure, the invisible Whipmaster. Equip our sword. We do have shield still. And we have more health than them, so we should be fine. Yes. Win fight. As you strike the killing blow, your enemy cries out in agony, materializing as they fall at your feet. At first glance, they are human. But as you search the body, you discover otherwise. His eyes, glazed and lifeless, are cat-like. His fingers short and tipped with claws. And his lower jaw protrudes several inches below the upper. The skin is badly scarred, but not by battle wounds. They are the scars of crude surgery. There is no sign of the whip with which he attacked you. You find a spear slung by a cord over his shoulder, and a silver whistle on a chain around his blood-splattered neck. Instinctively, you place the whistle to your lips and blow. There is no sound. Shaking your head, you turn and face the pit. Take the spear. Having a backup weapon doesn't hurt. If you wish to cross the beam, if you wish to retrace... Yeah, we'll cross the beam. Good, booms the voice of Zadha as you land on the opposite side of the pit. You are brave, but you must have brains as well as battle brawn. We will see if you do. The voice conjures an image of Lord Zadha in your mind, seated upon his golden throne with the object of your quest. If you survive the maze and escape, you might be able to get back to the throne hall and get the object of your quest. You walk along the passage that leads away from the pit, your mind filled with dismay. As you contemplate the problems and perils that lie before you. So we have this. We remember that the answer is 3 sons and 4 daughters. We are smart. We now have the whistle. You snatch the whistle from your lips and blow. Instantly, the slimy creature rears up, its short, rubbery legs scrabbling the air in agony as the ultra-high-pitched sounds destroy its sensitive nervous system. As it twists back on itself, its head disappears into the misty ceiling. There is an ear-splitting crack and blue lightning. I guess this is the same. Climb up and above. We have pathmanship. We want to go to the prison. We release the man. We have curing. We fix his problems. We defeat the jailer. I do not have more spare weapon slots, so... Now, we don't misclick here. Kill the guard before he reloads his weapon. Victory. The speed of your attack catches the enemy off guard. He attempts to parry your first blow with his empty crossbow, but you knock it from his trembling fingers, leaving him without a weapon. If you win combat, turn to 105. You race over to your companion's side and discover he is still conscious. He has lost much blood. Using your healing skill, you repair the wound as best you can. However, it is deep and severe, and you can only prolong his life for a few minutes. You tell him of your quest and the help the Elder Magi have given you. As you recount your voyage to Herdos aboard Lord Pado's skyship, you notice his eyes flicker in recognition. "My name is Cassin," he says painfully. "Lord Pado is my brother." You now notice the resemblance in their cat-like eyes and square jaws. "I am finished, Kai Lord," his face bathed in sweat. "But I can and will help you. Listen carefully. Over there behind the tapestry is a secret passage. It leads to Zyda's throne. Above the throne is the Lawstone, but beware. Lord Zadha has coupled its power to a Doomstone from the realm of Naros. He draws his power from the accursed gem. If you are to succeed, you must destroy the Doomstone or you will surely perish. I cannot help you escape, for I was captured long before I reached the surface. But if you can get to the beach, make your way to the old stone jetty. I hid my boat beneath the steps there. When you return to Elzian, tell my brother that my death was not in vain. May the gods protect you, Lone Wolf." As he closes his eyes for the last time, you promise his bravery will live forever in the hearts of the Vakaros, his brave warrior kin. You hear footsteps on the stairs. More of the enemy are approaching. If they too are armed with crossbows, your chances of survival would be slim. If you wish to open the doors, if you wish to examine the tapestries, we were told the tapestry is a secret passage. The tapestries are similar to the others you have seen in the lower levels. Beautiful and exceedingly valuable. Oof. However, it is what you discover behind them that is of the greater interest. They have a concealed door. Your Kai sensors alert you to a tiny button set into the wall. You press it and the door opens to reveal a circular tunnel of gleaming steel. You enter and the door slides shut moments before the hall is filled with guards. 50 feet along the gleaming steel tube, you arrive at a circular door in the wall to your left. Sure. You spin a screw-like handle set into the center of the door, releasing the lock. You open the door and enter. Inside, you discover a room of steel. The walls, ceiling, and floor are constructed of metal plates, polished to give a mirror-like shine. Low iron tables are set with the implements and accessories of magic. Crucibles, retorts. What the hell is an aldual? A pear-shaped earthenware or glass pot. Open at both ends to enable a series to be fitted one above another. Oh, it's the sublimating thingies. Okay. It's the sublimation, like the mushroom-shaped glassware you use for chemical processes. Okay, what have we got? Vellum-bound tomes and crumbling parchments litter the shelves, competing for space with repulsive-looking pink organs floating in the glass jars of vile-smelling preservative. Quickly, you scan the shelves in search of useful items, and to your delight, you discover all your confiscated items. Yes! Give. Get rid of the spear. Yes, and good morning, Salar. Bow. Summer sword. Dagger. Super bow. In addition to your weapons, you discover a large jar of concentrated Lampsver, super healing potion, and a Kazan Ode platinum amulet. If you wish to take the amulet, mark it on your action chart. Sure. It will protect you from injury due to exposure to high temperatures. As you walk, the temperature steadily rises until you are bathed in sweat. The steel plates of the tunnel become hot to the touch. I don't have Nexus, but I do have the amulet. After what seems like an hour, but in reality was only a few minutes, the scorching heat subsides, and the tunnel air becomes painless to breathe once more. You press on and soon arrive at an archway, where the shiny steel tube enters a chamber gouged out of solid black iron. There, a spiral staircase ascends to a portal. You climb the stairs and peer through the portal. A sight greets you that sets your pulse racing. Before you stands a gleaming block of solid gold, the back of Lord Zada's throne. Above it, hovering motionless in the air, are two perfect crystals. One glows darkly with black fire, and the other radiates a pure golden light that sends a shiver down your spine. It is the object of your quest, the Lore Stone of Herdos. We were told to destroy the black crystal. You unsheathe your weapon and strike a mighty blow at the black crystal. It splits clean in two, releasing its dark power and showering you with hot sparks in the wake of its destruction. The riven fragments hurtle into the fiery abyss that surrounds Zadha's throne, quashing the roaring flames. "Curse you, Kai Lord!" screams Lord Zadha, leaping out from behind his golden throne, brandishing a platinum rod. Defiantly, he points the rod at your head and spits an evocation. The power he calls upon no longer heeds his cry. From the depths of the pit, a terrible roar begins to grow. The floor shakes and a column of flame lights the entire throne room as a molten lava spews high into the air. Zadha staggers back, his face aghast with terror. Hurriedly, he kneels before his throne, his crooked fingers stroking at a pentagram engraved in the gold. Above the din of destruction, another sound, like the ringing of 1,000 tiny bells, can be heard. And in the blackness above the throne, a speckled glow appears. It descends towards Lord Zadha until he is totally engulfed by a column of shimmering blue light. His body rises as if lifted by unseen hands. Sure, we'll follow him. A wave of energy surges through your body as you close your hands around the Lore Stone. Full heal. Your senses tingle with your newfound strength, and it wipes away the fatigue of your terrible ordeals, enabling you to assess your situation anew. You step into the blue beam and immediately are drawn upwards, following closely on the heels of Zadha, who is struggling to stay in the center of the column of light. He is gripped with mortal fear of you. He sees that you are gaining on him. He unsheaths a glowing dagger and inverts himself to face you as you approach. When you're in arm's length, he launches a wild attack. He is immune to Mind Blast, though not Psi Surge. If you have the Magna Chi discipline of Hunt Mastery, add 2 to your combat skill. Re-equip Summer Sword, which we missed. You were able to insta-kill him. We rolled critical success. 0 on the table. If you win combat, turn to 200. Chunks of stone and iron are blasted into the upper reaches of the stone hole by the increasing power of the eruptions. Boulders, some the size of horses, tumble in slow motion, all around the beam as you are drawn irresistibly nearer to the roof. Suddenly, the beam fades and you find yourself standing on a circular plinth in the center of a ruined temple, near to the gatehouse of the castle keep. The glare of daylight blinds you, but as you gradually become accustomed to it, you cast your eyes over the shimmering water of Lake Kor to the town of Herdos. Perched on the horizon, the walls of the fortress are beginning to crack and slant. Buildings are crumbling. It's more Solar that because we have collected so many magical items from the previous books, and the books are balanced to allow you to have tough but winnable fights without them, that we just breeze through them. If we didn't have the Summer Sword, if we didn't have the Magic Hat, if we didn't have armor that we've collected across multiple books, it would be a lot tougher on us hit point fight-wise. You run through the ruined main gate as bolts of lightning are drawn from the sky by the dying power of Khazan Ode. At the top of a ruined staircase, you stare down at the lakes far below. We were told to go to both of these. The old jetty supposedly had a boat, and we were also told about the beach. Yep, the beach leads to the jetty, like we were told. You're forced to cut a path through a horde of creatures that huddle on the steps leading to the jetty. Creatures crawl out from the ground everywhere. Everywhere you look, black slimy hands are bursting through the surface, squeezing their way free from Khazan Ode through the scores of fissures opening up in the sheer rock wall. Near to the base of the steps, you are dragged to the ground by a clutch of loathsome slaves. They pay dearly for the mistake, but not before your backpack is torn from your shoulders. Really? Oh, that just means the items we get at the start of each thing. So I don't get to carry over any potions or meals to the next book. Having fought off... Sorry, no. When you reach the jetty, you are covered from head to toe in the blood of your foes. The sight is so frightening that all resistance melts away and creatures hurl themselves into the lake rather than face the fearsome, straight-backed, white-skinned killer of their kin. Beneath the jetty steps, you discover an ark, sealed off at one end, with a weed-encrusted stone door at the other. Inside is a small wicker coracle and a paddle. Having fought off the most determined of Khazan Ode's horrors, you launch the coracle, jump aboard, and paddle frantically towards the distant glimmer of the power shield. The death cry of Khazan Ode echoes in your ears. As soon as you have passed through the power shield, you're greeted like a hero by a huge flotilla of fishing vessels and trading barges. An hour ago, upon seeing the eruption of Khazan Ode, every boat in Herados set sail for the shield, for the eruption had signalled the end of the bane that had haunted the Desi for hundreds of years. Now they cheer the summer-lending warrior who has delivered them from Desi's evil shadow. Eager hands pull you aboard, Lord Arden's caravel, and a fanfare salute is sounded by the trumpeters of his Vakaros guards. "We are forever in your debt, Lone Wolf," says Lord Arden, as he shakes your hand warmly in gratitude and friendship. "You have achieved what we feared to be impossible, and you have lived to tell the tale. Your bravery is an inspiration to us all." His words are reinforced by the delirious cheers of his people. He asks of your quest, and, when you remove the Lord's Stone of Herados from the pocket of your tattered and scorched tunic, his eyes widen in amazement. He bows his head and says in a solemn and respectful tone, "My lord, you stand upon the threshold of greatness. Your purpose and your destiny are known to the Elder Magi, for we have awaited your coming for many thousands of years," which doesn't make sense because the previous guy was only 1,000 years ago. "Our survival and survival of all we cherish rests on the success of your Magna Chi quest. The time has come, Lone Wolf, the time has come for you to learn our wisdom, for we are of the same blood, you and I, and our fate is bound together. We will prepare you for your next quest. For the Lore Stone you must find next exists in the land that was once our home, in the temple that was once our most sacred place of worship, in the chambers where our master first appeared to us. Your quest has succeeded, for the strength and wisdom of the Lore Stone of Herados is now part of your body and spirit. There is much that you must learn from the Elder Magi, as you prepare for your most challenging yet of your Magna Chi quests. A quest that will take you into the deep, hostile swamps of the Danarg, where the evil creatures of Agarash, the damned, still thrive and dominate the land. Should you have the courage of a true Kai Master, the secrets of the Elder Magi and the perils of Danarag await you in Book 8 of the Lone Wolf series, entitled The Jungle of Horrors. So that book cost us 2 deaths, one by misclick. If not for the misclick, we'd be at about par, but I had a misclick and that's my fault. That one was fairly good. We liked. I was briefly worried that we wouldn't get the summer sword and stuff back. That would have been rough if we didn't. Imagine if we didn't turn left in that steel passageway and went the other direction. And I look forward to the next book. See you next time. I myself need a couple minutes break. rest my eternally reading voice, I'm gonna go pat doggo, refill my drink, maybe have a cookie. So, see you in a couple of minutes. Yeah. I decided on a carrot rather than a cookie. Bit healthier. I'll, I'll mute so you don't have to hear my crunchy, crunchy noises. Cheers all. Alright, let's get back to it. Hello and welcome back to Lone Wolf Wednesday. We're up to Book 8, The Jungle of Horrors. You are the warrior, Lone Wolf, last of the Kai Masters of Summerland, the sole survivor of the massacre that destroyed your kinsmen during a bitter war with your age-old enemies, the Dark Lords of Helgadad. Many centuries have passed since Sun Ingol, first of your kind, established the Order of the Kai. Aided by the magicians of Desi, he completed a perilous quest to find 7 crystals of power, known as the Lore Stones of Nixator. Upon discovering them, he unlocked a wisdom and strength that lay within the Lore Stones in himself. He recorded the nature of his discoveries and experiences in a great tome entitled The Book of the Magnakai. You discovered this lost treasure and have given a solemn pledge to restore the Kai to their former glory, ensuring the security of your land in the years to come. However, your diligent study of the book enabled you to master only 3 of the 10 Magnakai disciplines. To fulfill your pledge, you must complete the quest first undertaken by Sun Ingol over 1,000 years ago, and find the Lore Stones of Nixator. By doing so, you too will acquire the power and wisdom of the Magnakai, held within the Lore Stone's crystal forms. Already, your quest has taken you far from your northern homeland. Following in the footsteps of the first Kai Grandmaster, you journeyed to Desi and sought the help of the Elder Magi, the magicians who aided Sun Ingol on his quest long ago. There you learned that one of the 7 Lore Stones was present in their land, hidden deep within an island stronghold known as Kazan. Oud. Castle Death. In the years since Sun Ingol first came to Desi, the fortress had become the abode of a great, powerful sorcerer called Zadra. The Elder Magi, realizing the danger of Zadha's increasing power, attempted to destroy Kazan Ode, but they failed. In desperation, they constructed a prison of energy around the fortress to prevent him from ever escaping. Steadily, however, his power grew, and the people lived in fear of the day when he might break free and wreak his vengeance upon them. When you resolved to enter Kazan Ode and retrieve the Lodestone, the Elder Mages rejoiced, for the success of your quest would bring about the destruction of Zadra and put an end to the bane that had haunted them for hundreds of years. You survived the perils of the Castle Death and emerged triumphant, achieving that which the Elder Magi had believed to be impossible. During the victory celebrations held in your honor, you learned that for centuries the Elder Magi have been expecting your coming. An ancient Desi legend tells of the birth and rise to greatness of 2 Kurataskai, sons of the sun. One was named Ikar, which means eagle, and the other was named Skarn, meaning wolf. A prophecy foretold that the Kurataskai would come from the north to seek the counsel of the Elder Magi in order that they might fulfill a great quest. Though separated by many a century, they would share a single spirit, purpose, and destiny, to triumph over the champions of darkness in an age of great peril. At the Temple of Truth in Elzian, the magnificent capital city of the Desi, the Elder Magi prepare you for your next stage in the Magnakai quest. Lord Ramoa, Speaker of the High Council, tutored you in the ancient histories of Magnamund, and you receive lessons in lore that you would have learned from the Kai Masters should they have survived the attack by the murderous Dark Lords of Helgadad. The Lore Stone you must now find lies hidden in a temple at the center of a jungle swamp known as the Danarag. Actually, there's no third A. Danarg. In ancient times, this huge area was once the crater of a massive volcano controlled by a powerful lord of evil called Agarash the Damned. The Elder Magi defeated him in a war that lasted 1,000 years, and in the wake of his destruction, turned the Danarg crater into a rich, fertile paradise, the perfect setting for their most sacred place of worship. The Temple of Ooredo. The Danarg flourished until a great plague befell the Elder Magi and decimated their race. They were forced to abandon the Danarg and seek refuge in Desi. Slowly, the Danarg was consumed by a creeping mire, which swallowed or poisoned all healthy forms of life. The crater became a sanctuary for a host of evil creatures that thrive in the fetid waters and fought for control of the treacherous, shifting mudflaps. Many came from the barren hills of Ogia, perhaps Ogia, but many more awoke from lairs deep beneath the crater where they had lain dormant since the defeat of their master, Agarash the Damned, 8,000 years ago. Now the time for study has passed and the time for swift action has arrived. Grim news from the west prompts the Elder Magi to cease their counseling and arrange for your immediate passage to the Danarg. In the Dark Lord city of Helgedad, a civil war has raged for 5 years following your defeat of Hakon, Archlord of the Black City. Now a new lord sits upon the throne of Helgedad, Dark Lord Gnag of Mosgor. The Dark Lords have united behind their new leader, reports Lord Ramoa solemnly to his fellow elders of the High Council. They are hungry for conquest and revenge. Their strength grows with each passing day. We dare delay no longer. The members of the High Council rise from their seats and turn to face you. No sound reaches your ears, yet the words of their blessing fills your mind. May the gods, Ishir and Kai, protect you on your journey into the darkness, Korskan, they intone. Okay, if we're going into a deep jungle thing, hunting or animal control sounds smart. Let's look at Hunt Mastery. So it's resistance to surprise plus hunting. I think I'd rather go with animal handling, then. We can master the... I tend to carry around a dagger as my backup, which we're already mastering. Sword and bow. Let's add... Warhammer? The Kai Monastery has been rebuilt. You can leave some of your objects here. I will steal 1 potion. Wait. Oh, we're not allowed to because we technically don't have a backpack yet. And we need to put away some of our special items. So we'll get rid of power key, amulet, I'm over full of special items. I am going to have to leave some. Whistle. Whistle. I need to get rid of another yet. We've never needed this dagger. One more? I'm going to do the padded leather waistcoat. I understand. They give me a backpack, a little bit of money. In fact, we're full of money. I will definitely take a quiver. I will take 3 more grenades. lantern, rope, seeing as these were stolen, well, seeing as we lost them in the last adventure, and meal. The usual spiel about no matter how poorly you roll your combat skill or endurance, as long as you are smart, you should be able to get to the end. You leave Elzian under the cover of darkness on a trading ship bound for Garthan. It is a trim vessel, lean, proud, and simple in design. One of 1,000 such ships that set sail and the chain of landlocked seas and lakes dividing the northern and southern continents of Magnamond. Its passage along this great waterway, called the Tentarus, is unlikely to invite undue attention, and it is for this reason that the Elder Magi have placed you aboard. The nature of your voyage is secret, however you are not alone. A guide has been chosen to accompany you on your dangerous mission. His name is Pado, a tall, dark, ebony-skinned Vakeros, who is a master in the art of battle magic. Among his fellow warriors, he is a high-ranking lord, respected and honored for his bravery and skill on the field of battle. Now, for the mission that lies ahead of you, he has exchanged his gold and scarlet robes for the clothes of a commoner, a roving adventurer, a sword for hire. It is a disguise you have adopted as well to veil your true identity on this long voyage to the land of Taelestria, where a rendezvous with royalty awaits you. You sail westwards, a benevolent wind filling the triangular sail and skimming the ship across the still blue waters. The hull seems to slide over the surface of the water rather than cut its way through, and you cannot help but wonder if Paido has conjured some magic to speed your passage. Your first port of call is the city of Talon, where food stocks and fresh water are replenished. Your voyage then continues along the Tentarus to the port of Arello. The last stopping place before your ship-bound journey ends at Garthan, the crown capital of Telestria. It is an hour past midnight when you dock at Varnos Harbour in Garthan, a sprawling network of quays and cracked stone jetties that shelter great fleets of merchant traders and dhows. Silently like a shadow, you disembark and follow Pado through the twisting harbour streets, slowly climbing the steep stairs that connect one level of Garthan to the next. Rusty lanterns cast pools of yellow light beneath the timbered balconies, illuminating the stalls of merchant and vendors who haggle, brag, and barter in the crowded streets till dawn. Pado halts at an iron-shod door and raps the grille with the hilt of his blue steel sword. A man's face appears, stern but handsome, with smooth dark hair and keen, intelligent eyes. A smile of recognition softens his lordly features when he sees Pado. In an instant, the door swings open, and you are ushered inside. One sec. The man's name is Adamus, Lord Constable of the Royal Citadel, protector and cousin of Queen Evane of Telestria. For centuries, a strong bond of friendship has existed between the royal household and the magicians of Desi. And when called upon by the Elder Magi to help you in your quest, Queen Eviane pledged her support without hesitation. She volunteered the services of Lord Adamus, who is to ensure your safe and unhindered passage through Telestria to the borders of Danarg. At dawn, after snatching a few hours' sleep, you are taken by coach to the East City Wharf, where an empty corn barge is waiting to ferry you upriver. Haulage is provided by 8 large gorkas, hairy ox-like creatures from the plains of Slovia. which are harnessed to the barge by chains. They lumber along the cobbled towpath, continually kept in line by the stinging lash of the barge owner's Zol hide whip. The next day, the barge arrives in a small river village called Lona, where a detachment of Lord Adamas's cavalry, resplendent in their surcoats of scarlet and grey, provide you with horses for the cross-country journey to the fortified city of Fina. Or perhaps Foina? Ill news greets you in Fina, the city of tripled towers. Zegron, warlord of Zanar, ruler of the barren highlands of Ogia, has amassed an army of Dakarim warriors. 3 days ago, they attacked the border town of Lucas, to the north. The Telestrian garrison put up a brave and spirited defense, but were hopelessly outnumbered by the bloodthirsty Ogian horde that drove through the perimeter walls with battering rams and engines of war. The Dakarim razed Lucas to the ground, and only a handful of survivors escaped to tell the dreadful tale. The situation is grave, reports Lord Adamas, on returning from an emergency conclave of his fellow Telestrian knights. For decades, Zegron and his minions have raided our northern territories, though never with such determination and strength. We must mobilize our army for war, for it is war that Ogia has invited by its unforgivable attack on Lukos. I must return to Garthan to muster my retainers in preparation for battle, and inform the Queen of the evil that threatens her realm. I can escort you no more to Danarg, though your quest must proceed in despite of all that conspires against it. He sends for his scribe, who arrives with helpers laden with the paraphernalia of his craft. He dictates an order of safe conduct and sets the impression of his signet ring into the hot wax seal before passing the parchment to you. Our northern people are a frontier breed, wary and suspicious of strangers. If challenged, show the pass, and your safe passage should be assured by all loyal to Queen Evian. Mark this as a special item and put it in your tunic. Early next morning, Lord Adamas accompanies you and Pado to the main square of Phonia. It is from here that your quest truly begins. The first leg of your journey to the Danarg will take you north into the town of Tharo, which is nestled in the fertile plains of Turalestria. There are 2 ways of reaching town. You could travel by road or take a barge along the River Phone. Consult the map before deciding which route to take. So we go look at our map. So we're here, and we're being asked, do we catch a river barge up to here, or do we follow the road? I'd prefer to ride. The morning sky is filled with a sullen grey haze, and around you the tall plains grass undulates like a sea of green, stirred into motion by a chill westerly breeze. The Great North Road cuts a straight line to the horizon, with tracks that lead to cottages and farmsteads, branching off at regular intervals. Sheep and cattle graze the roadside, and the air is rich with the scents of farmland, flowers, and damp grass. We should reach Tharo by sundown, you comment, checking your position on the map. Perhaps, replies Pado cautiously, and points to a menacing streak of blue-black clouds rolling across the skyline from the west. Just as long as we stay ahead of the storm. By noon, you have put 30 miles behind you, but still have 30 more to ride before you reach the town of Tharo. Steadily, the sky is darkening, and what began as fine drizzle has developed into sheets of heavy rain. Both of you are drenched, and your horses are beginning to steam as they splash through the ankle-deep puddles that punctuate the muddy highway. Through the pall of rain, you see an inn on the banks of a stream whose waters are greatly swollen by the storm. A wide stone bridge spans the rushing torrent, and a mill with a thatched roof is close by. If you wish to cross the bridge and try the mill, go to 61. If you want to go to the inn, go to 188. Or if you just want to keep going, check out the inn. You stable your horses and investigate the mouth-watering smell of freshly baked wheat cakes that wafts from the doorway of the inn. "Welcome," hails a friendly voice. "Come in and dry yourselves by the fire." A black-bearded dwarf with equally black patch covering his right eye stands behind the counter, his barrel-like body obscured from the chest down. "Perhaps you would care for some fare?" With an open sweep of his hands, he draws your attention to the plates of cakes and kegs of ale that are spread along the bar. "Sure, we're rich." The dwarf draws 2 flagons of ale and a brace of wheat cakes from the counter. 15 lul, all told. Pushing 2 carved wooden platters with their mouth-watering cargoes a little closer. You flick open your belt and take out 4 crowns. "This should cover it," you say, sliding the gold coins across the bar. He tests them with his teeth before nodding his approval. "No offense to you 2 gentlemen, you understand, but I've been caught with snide coinage afore, and it's made me a mite careful like. These be decimint, if I'm not mistaken." He inquires, eye twinkling at the thought of hearing tales of a distant and magical land. "Could be," says Pado guardedly. "The coins of Magnamond mix freely in Garthen's markets. No telling when those 4 last saw their birthplace." "How about you, innkeep?" you interrupt, steering conversation away from the Desi. "You are no native Telestrian. When did you last see your homeland?" The dwarf's face beams as he prepares to talk on his favourite subject, himself. By the time you finish your food and ale, you've heard the life story of Larden, son of Kandor of Bor. "What news have you of Lukos?" asks Pado, as the dwarf takes a rare pause for breath. "News of a kind that's becoming only too familiar around these parts," he replies in a disgruntled tone. "But that Zegron's bitten off more than he can chew this time. Once Lord Adamus and the army boys come down on him, they'll wish they stayed in that stinking city of Zanar. Mark my words." "Don't be too sure of that, Larden," says a rosy-faced farmer who has sidled along the bar within earshot of your conversation. "My sister reckons that this time Zegron won't stop till he's flattened everything between Lukos and Tentaris." "That stargazing sister of yours is full of good news," reports the dwarf. "When has she ever seen anything cheerful with her telescopes and charts and crystal balls? Answer me that." Agreement rumbles from among the tavern crowd, openly listening to your discussion. "That may be," says the farmer, "but when's she ever been wrong either?" And then an uncomfortable silence fills the inn as the crowd slowly returns to their own business. None, least of all the innkeeper, chooses to dwell on the matter any further. "Sure, let's investigate his sister. She's a fortune-teller. She lives with her mother at the ferry house. 5 miles north of here, there's a junction where the track heads east. The sign says to Topham. A mile past Topham, you come to the ferry house on the banks of the River Phone. If it's her counsel you're after, you best take plenty of gold. She's wont to charge a high price for her crystal gazing." I'm actually going to print screen those instructions, because otherwise I will forget them. Boom. How we get to the dwarf fortune teller we want to later. "Thank you." You give the farmer his thanks for his advice and suggest to Pado that the time has come to continue your journey. As you're about to leave, the farmer calls out, "By the way, you best tell her that Jaco sent you. She doesn't take kindly on folks dropping by uninvited." The rain beats down relentlessly as you ride the featureless highway to Tharrow. Thunder rumbles over the western hills like the growl of doomwolves stalking their prey. Gradually, the muddy roads descend into a wide valley, and a track joins it from the east. A battered signpost at the junction points along the track. It says Topham, 9 miles. So we were told. The signpost says to Topham, a mile past there, go to the ferry house. So we turn. The track winds through the centre of the valley, following the course of a stream that meanders down the River Fohn. It flows alongside a white brick house, turning its water wheel with a comforting and regular sound. As you ride past the house and over a tiny humped-backed bridge, a cluster of cottages and an abbey comes into view. In the grounds of the abbey, a burial is taking place. A circle of monks in hooded brown robes lower a coffin into one of several freshly dug graves. We have divination. The monks communicate telepathically. Although you do not recognize the language, they are using their mind speech. You sense that they are anxious and uneasy of your presence. The monks of Telestria are infamous from their gluttony. Tales of their 30-course meals and week-long banquets are well known in Magnamund. Despite their voluminous robes, you cannot help but notice how emaciated these monks are. No, that doesn't sound like the real monks then. We'll leave them alone. They're probably a cult. Shafts of sunlight break through the slate-grey cloud, and the rain eases off and finally stops. You ride across the rolling valley floor towards the River Fohn until the tracks stop at a ramshackle house perched precariously on the riverbank. An old wooden jetty juts out from the side of the house, its platform almost submerged in the rain-swollen river. A notice board standing in front of the house reads, "Ferry landing. Passenger barges to Tharrow embark from this jetty. Passenger barges to Fonia embark from the opposite bank." So we were told, a mile there's a ferry house. If it's her counsel you're after, take plenty of gold. So I do want to investigate the ferry house. We have met Cato. You climb the creaky stairs that lead to the front door and rap the wrought iron knocker. The door squeals open slowly, and you are greeted by what appears to be a bundle of rags with hair. After staring at it for a few moments, you realize with disbelief that this ill-smelling mound before you is alive. The hair parts and a face appears, crevassed with dirt-encased wrinkles. "What do you want?" croaks the old woman, grinning a yellow, mirthless grin. "Explain that we have been sent here by her brother." "I wish to see Tadia," you say, bowing politely, so as not to appear threatening to the frail old crone. "Are you the fair lady we seek?" A smile crumples her face, and a blush, like an angry bruise, discolors her leathered cheeks. "I'm her mother," she says coyly. "What is it you wish to see her about?" Before you can answer, a young woman's voice calls from the inside of the house. "Show them in, mother. I've been expecting them." The old woman leads you and Pado to a room at the top of the stairs. Books and charts, stacked high on shelves and scattered about the floor, fill the room, which is illuminated by daylight streaming through a domed portal in the ceiling. A massive bronze telescope is fixed to the portal, and below it rests a circular table of carved bone set with gems. Seated at the table is a beautiful young woman, her hair silken gold, and around her high, pale forehead she wears a circlet of jet, inlaid with runes and mystic symbols. "I am Tadia, the prophetess," she says, her voice soft and lilting, "and you are Lone Wolf, lord of the Sun Realm, Skarn of legend." Pado reaches for his sword, but you stay his hand. You sense that this woman wishes only to help. "We live in an age of great peril. Your enemies of old are our enemies. They stand poised to conquer our land, and I fear we are too weak to resist them. Your purpose is known to me, and I will aid you as I can in the hopes that you will fulfill your destiny and destroy the champions of darkness." She raises her arms and points towards the sky. Floating in the air between her parted hands appears a spinning globe of white fire. She tilts her head back and stares into the ball of flame, her eyes unblinking despite the fearful intensity of the light. Your safest passage to the Danarg is through the Mordrill Forest. The road to Sadia is fraught with danger. Only battle and death awaits you there. Well, this sounds like print screenable. Actionable help. The globe flickers and fades as she returns her gaze to you. Let nothing delay your quest, Lone Wolf. The future of our lands depends on your success. Before you leave, the prophetess offers you a choice of potions and weapons. You may take what you wish, but remember to amend your action chart. Choose from the following. Potion of Aletha. Combat skill by 2 is raised for a single combat. Potion of Lamspur. Heals to 4. Broadsword Quarterstaff. Rendalim's Elixir. 6 healing. Tincture of Oxidine. All potions are backpack items. If you are infected with the Coravax bacillus, you may use the tincture of Oxidine to cure yourself. Well, that sounds like we should carry the tincture of Oxidine in case we get poisoned. And what, I'm just allowed to have all these? Okay, I'll take everything. As you descend the steps of the fiery house, Hado catches sight of something glinting in the distance. It is the barge, he says, shielding his eyes from the sun shining upon them. A team of bedraggled Gawkers is hauling the mighty vessel upstream, unaffected by the storm's strengthened flow. The barge arrives at the jetty and stops to allow a motley assortment of peasants and travellers to disembark. "You two going to Tharrow?" asks the captain. "The fare is 40 loon apiece and includes your horses." We have 10 gold crowns, so why not? You stare across the lush open plains at the border the river, contemplating the quest that lies ahead. A flock of long-necked orcals flies overhead, their melodic call echoing along the grasslands as they return to their nests at the river's edge. Hado sits silently beside you at the prow, his thoughts like yours on the perils of the Danarg that are yet to be faced. The sun is low in the sky when you catch the sight of Tharrow, its mud-coloured walls thick, high and crenellated, dominating the hill on which it was built centuries ago. The barge passes beneath a stout wooden bridge supported by rough-hewn pillars of stone, along a canal running parallel to the river, and draws to a halt before 2 massive metal-bound doors that span the waterway. You collect your horses and disembark with the other mounted passengers, riding in line towards the fortified town gate. At first you are turned away by the guards, but after you show your pass, signed and sealed by Lord Adamus, you are ushered to the front of the queue and saluted like lords as you ride through the archway and into the square. 3 streets converge at the River Gate Square. Copperpiece Lane, Globe Walk, and Flagon Alley. Flagon Alley sounds like a nice rest. Night is closing in and the shops that line the narrow streets are shuttering their doors. Lanterns flare to life, their yellow glow warming the chill west winds as the townfolks return to their homes at the end of another day's trading. There is one shop where the doors remain open. The sign hanging from its balcony reads, "Roller Rada, Map Maker." Sure, we'll go buy a map. You are welcomed by an attractive young woman with long jet black hair, woven into a single plait that reaches her waist. She is dressed in a green suede cloth tunic similar to your own and wears soft calfskin gloves. In addition to the maps, which she researches and draws herself, she sells all manner of hunting and scouting equipment. She takes obvious delight in her work and shows you samples of her maps, which are excellent for their accuracy and attention to detail. You ask her if she has ever prepared a map of Danarg, and she turns strangely silent. Tears fill her dark eyes as she recalls how her father once explored beyond the fringes of that fearsome domain. They had planned to map its internal waterways and, should luck be with them, discover the lost temple of the Elder Magi. With sadness, she tells of her father's deaths in the jaws of a monster that had stalked them from the moment that they entered the jungle. She escaped, though not unscathed. As she fought to free her father from the mouth of the beast, she was badly burned by its caustic saliva. Carefully, she removes one of her calfskin gloves and reveals an injured hand. The sight of the angry red scar tissue fills you with compassion for the young woman. If you question her further, turn here. She's lost all her maps and equipments while escaping from the area. However, she does recall seeing the Temple of Ooredoo from the peak of a hill she calls the Scarlet Tor, situated on an island of firm ground 30 miles beyond the Syada track. You thank her for her help and wish her good fortune before leaving the shop and continuing on your way. That also sounds like actionable, noteworthy information, so we'll print screen that. You arrive at a flagged stoned quadrangle. It is well lit by the street lanterns, which hang from the first floor balconies of a large and unusual building constructed of blue stone, with silver and scarlet veins running through it. The bricks have been polished to give a mirror-like shine. The huge wooden doors, branded with copper, dominates the entrance, above which a bronze cast depicts a flaming broadsword with the words Temple of the Sword. Beyond the temple, a street ascends to a stone watchtower and is built on the peak of a hill which dominates the town. We have pathmanship, so we go here. To the left of the main door, you notice 3 symbols engraved in the speckled blue stone: a bed, a horse, and a loaf of bread. You recognize their significance, for you have seen similar markings on hostels and monasteries during your travel to the east. By displaying these symbols, the monks of the temple offer travelers a meal, to stable their horses, and bed for the night. We will take advantage of this offer. You dismount and climb the steps leading to the temple doors. An old man in brown robes answers your knock and invites you and Pato inside. A novice attends to your horses. Stepping through the door is like stepping into another world. The air is sweet with incense, and the flickering light cast by the long row of squat red candles does little to illuminate the interior. You follow the old man along a vaulted corridor, down several flights of stairs, and finally into a torchlit refectory. The delicious smell of cooking wafts from an open hatch in the wall, together with sounds of people in the kitchen beyond. "Be seated," says the old man, pointing to a stout oak table laid for supper. "Enjoy our humble food. May it revive you after your travels and fortify you for the road." Another monk enters the chamber, carrying 2 steaming plates of meat. Stew. He sets them down before you and blesses the food. "Gaj Zog Zutag. You are hungry after your day's journey and must eat." "Sure, we'll eat your stew. The stew tastes as good as it smells." You both make short work of the meal. The monks smile and nod their heads. "Come. The dean wishes to see you before you go to sleep," says one, motioning you to follow them as they leave. The dean's chamber is a domed hexagonal room hung with tapestries depicting strange and grotesque creatures. One sec, sorry. Numerous plinths stand upon the richly carpeted floor, each supporting large bowls filled to the brim with silvery liquid. A gust of air disrupts the tapestries on the far wall. Seconds later, it is moved aside to reveal an elderly man in a hooded black robe. "Have they eaten?" he asks, his voice strangely cold and monotonal. "Yes, master," replies the monk with a voice. "Good," he says, stepping closer. "Leave us." The monk departs, clicking the door shut. Gradually the light in the chamber grows dimmer. You are in the presence of great evil. Your skin prickles and your blood runs cold as you recoil at the sudden realization. But alarm turns to fear as a new threat begins to manifest itself. "Your futile quest is over, mortal," says the hooded man, his emotionless voice like a spike stabbing at your mind. You reach to your weapon, but your hand begins to shake and you cannot control your fingers. You glance at Pado and see that he too is shivering uncontrollably. A wave of pain tears at your stomach and your legs buckle. You groan in agony and drop to your knees, clutching at the burning stomach. Pado screams in anguish and falls unconscious at your sides. You cannot but envy his oblivion as the terrible pain courses through your body. We do have curing. You muster your strength and fight the deadly poison infiltrating your blood. Your improved power of curing suppresses the pain and slows the progress of this insidious toxin, enabling you to face your would-be assassin. A flicker of surprise registers in the cold black eyes of your opponent as you stagger to your feet and unsheath your weapon. Take some damage and fight. "Gaj Amik Amaz," hisses the monk, pulling back a hood. You gasp in shock as you stare upon a ghastly transformation. The monk's face is writhing and contorting. His skin tightens and grows darker. Tattered flesh drops from his sunken cheeks to hang in festoons beneath the exposed lower jaw. A snake-like tongue, black and narrow, flickers between curved fangs that have risen from the jaw. A sickening dread fills your heart as you recognize the creature that stands before you, a Helghast, a nightmarish agent of the Dark Lord. Of the Dark Lords. Its demonic eyes glow like red-hot coals as it shrieks and raises its claw-tipped hands. We do have the Summer Sword. Golden fire erupts along the blade of the Sun Sword as you raise it above your head. The Helghast shrieks and steps back, its eyes glowing red with fear and loathing. It recognizes the power of the weapon you wield, the power that is the dark bane of its Dark Lord masters. A power that can bring about their total destruction. Whew, he is skilled. He is very, very skilled. We are one skill shy of him, and he has more health. We do more damage. But we have to remember that we do double damage because of the Sun Sword special ability, so it's not actually that bad. That said, we're down to 1/3 health. You barely survived the encounter with this enemy. You are now gravely injured and should try to heal as soon as possible. Yeah, remember to double endurance points lost by the enemy due to the Summer Sword. A wretched cry of pain and despair fills the chambers as you strike the killing blow. The Helghast falls, its flesh transforming into a putrid green gas that seeps from the vents in its tattered robe. Your mind reels at what has just occurred, but you dare not dwell on the fearsome implications. The poison in your system is beginning to overwhelm your healing power. You must act quickly if you're to save both yourself and Pado from the fatal toxin. We do have Lamsfer, we do have Rendalem's Elixir, and we do have potentially that herb. You swallow the potion and stay conscious long enough for it to take effect. Gradually, you feel your strength returning. The pain and nausea disappears, and your limbs stop their uncomfortable shivering, as the potion and your latent Kai skills neutralize the toxin in your blood. Now, you use your skill to try save your companion's life. Placing your hands on his chest, you transfer the warmth of your healing power to his body, breaking down the toxin by degrees. The treatment is slow and laborious, and it is dawn the following day before you know for sure that you have saved his life. The flicker of an eyelid and a bead of sweat are the first sign of his recovery. He stirs to consciousness, waking from a sleep that was nearly his last. He remembers nothing of the ordeal, and when you tell him what happened, he shakes his head in disbelief. A Helghast? How could this be? The servants of Dark Lord Nag have infiltrated the monastery. They have kept themselves hidden, but I fear the day is fast approaching, and they will rise up and wreak havoc on the town. Already they know our true identities, and they wager they know why we are here. This is bitter news indeed, Lone Wolf, says Pado. We cannot afford to delay. If Telestria falls to Dark Lord Gnag before we reach the Danag, then our quest is lost. It is a sobering thought, but you do not dwell in it. You help Pado to his feet and cast your eyes around the chamber, searching for an exit. One of the bowls begins to emit a faint humming sound. The surface of its silvery liquid swirls and grows brighter, casting a phosphorescent light onto the domed ceiling. The sparkling mist slowly clears and a strange image takes shape, condensing and forming into something wholly alien, something that resembles the head of a monstrous fly. Its great multifaceted eyes stare down at you, gleaming darkly with black fire, like two huge clusters of evil jewels. Tang, Ash, Okaj, Nadaknar, Gnag, booms a ghastly, rasping voice. Then, with a stifled cry of rage and recognition, the image clouds over, and the light fades to a dull glow. The terrible visage of Dark Lord Gnag has disappeared. By the gods, gasps Pado, shocked to his core by what he has seen. What manner of beast was that? You don't reply, for you sense that he already knows. Swiftly, you search the chamber. Behind a throne-like chair of chiseled stone, you discover several useful items. A sword, a bow, 3 arrows, and enough food for 2 meals. Also, set in the back of the chair is a lever. It activates a portal in the opposite wall. A tapestry that concealed it is drawn aside, and you can see a stairway flanked by torches descending into a passage far below. I can't take arrows. Fine. We can fit 2 more meals, though. Come, says Pado. This room chills my blood. You follow him as he descends the stairs, stopping briefly to kick over the bowl of glowing silvery liquid that projected the image of Dark Lord Gnag. The stairs lead down to a vast network of catacombs that stretch in every direction. It would be easy to lose yourself in this maze of tunnels, but your Kai tracking skills, heightened by the pressing need to escape from the monastery, help you avoid the hazards and dead ends of the sprawling burial vaults. Following the sound of dripping water, you discover a circular stone trapdoor in the ceiling. Pado cups his hands around your foot and lifts you nearer the tunnel roof, enabling you to open a trapdoor. Early morning daylight streams into the passage as you lift the slabs of wet stone and set it aside. You have emerged in a courtyard on the north side of the monastery. 2 monks stand guard at the double doors of a low, timber-framed building on the other side of a paved enclosure. Fortunately, a line of bushy fruit trees that encircle the courtyard provides all the cover you need to avoid their watchful eyes. You crouch in the shadows and watch as the monks leave their posts to enter the building. Minutes later, the doors swing open and they reappear on horseback and ride off through the archway to the right. The courtyard is now empty, but you curse their departure, for they are now riding the horses that belonged to you and Pado. Let us search the stable. It is full of fine horses, all of them sound and sturdy as the mounts given you by Lord Adamus. Pado acts as a lookout while you saddle up 2 black stallions. You're making final adjustments to the bridles when Pado hisses a warning. 4 monks coming this way! You mount your fresh steeds and gallop off from the stables, scattering the startled monks who had just reached the door. In an act of desperation, one of them unsheathes his sword and hurls it at your back. The deadly blade spins through the air with alarming accuracy. If you have the Magnakai skills of Hunt Mastery and Divination, we rolled really, really badly. We might insta-die. Yeah. The sword strikes you squarely between the shoulder blades, sending you tumbling from the saddle. You fall awkwardly, driving the blade deeper into your back. For countless seconds you lie staring at the sky, unable to move, feeling nothing. Before the anesthesia of shock wears off, you are surrounded by enemies who show you no mercy. Your life and your quest end here. GG. Lobber dead. Start again. Alright. So, exposition. I liked animal control, although it hasn't proven to be useful. We will yoink some meal. I don't have a backpack yet, fair. We need to deposit some special items, fair. Okay, that looks good. We get our new backpack, and we accept quiver, potion, meal, fire seed, and meal. We hadn't seen any use for lantern, so we'll skip out on lantern. Ah. We have to drop something, you say? Fair enough. I can live without the padded leather waistcoat. So now we have a pass, whatever it is a pass for, we don't know. We will go by barge, same. Tap room. The hold is crowded with travellers on their way north. For most, it is a regular journey home after selling their wares in Phonia. Their purses are full and their mood is friendly, as they pass the time drinking and playing games of chance. One of the crew glances up from serving and, wiping his hands on his apron, hurries over to welcome you to the tavern. He points to a plank table at the far end of the hold that is bowed beneath the weight of several kegs and offers you ale and food. 2 jugs of ale, replies Pado. Certainly, sir. I have 3 fine ales to delight you. Farina Nog, Chai Chia, and Boar. Chai Chia, why not? He hands you a tankard filled to the brim with Chai Chia. You taste the beverage, it is delicious. Bilge juice, says the person that tried Farina Nog. You should be a sight more careful with when you empty your mouth, stranger, growls a man to his right. He bends down and picks up his polished steel helmet. With a slow and deliberate twist of his wrist, he empties it of ale, pouring the contents all over Pado's feet. Your companion curses and reaches for his sword. Try and stop a fight breaking out. We have to buy a guy a beer in order to not get a fight. The barge brings a round of Chai Chia to your table. You drink to the health of Queen Evian. As you drink your ale, the sound of applause rises above the hubbub of conversation. An elderly man, tall and distinguished-looking, walks slowly to the center of the floor and bows to his audience. His pale face and silver-grey hair are a stark contrast to his richly embroidered robes of crimson and gold. He smiles warmly and introduces himself as Count Conundrum, Prince of Puzzles. For your amusement, he will pose some brain-twisting conundrums. So confident is he that none will answer his riddles. He offers 20 loon to any who can prove him wrong. If 1.5 geese lay 1.5 eggs in 1.5 days, how many eggs will 3 geese lay in 8 days? So 1 goose lays 1 egg in... One goose lays 1 egg in 1.5 days. Notepad. 1 goose lays 1 egg in 1.5 days. Three geese, or 3 goose, would therefore lay 3 eggs in 1.5 days. But we need 8 days. So we need to times that by 8 divided by 1.5. $5.333 times 3. 16. They would lay 16 eggs. This is the correct answer. Proceed with your quest. You call out your answer, and at first the man pretends not to hear. Hurriedly, he poses a second puzzle, but the crowd shout him down, insisting that he answer your call. A lucky guess, he says, flustered at the thought of losing 20 loon. Perhaps our friend could explain how he arrived at his answer. You reply that the answer is simple. If 1.5 geese lay 1.5 eggs in 1.5 days, it follows that 3 geese would lay 3 eggs in 1.5 days, or 2 eggs in 1 day, and in 8 days they would lay 16. Yeah, I did the first one of those. The crowd applaud your display of logic, much to the chagrin of Count Conundrum, who reluctantly parts ways with his money. Very well, says Count Conundrum. To make our little journey to Tharo more interesting, is there anyone who can answer my next puzzle? If so, they will receive 40 loon. A chorus of delighted whispers emanates from the crowd. In winter, the ice lilies of Lake Aden double in area every 24 hours. Okay. So x goes to 2x every 24 hours. It takes 60 days from the time the first ice lily appears until the lake is completely covered. On what day is the lake half coloured with lilies? I mean the day before, because it doubles every day. So this is like a trick question where you're like, maybe it will take half the time, but no, because the lilies double in size every day. So if it takes 60 days, then in 59 days is when it's at half. This is correct. What little colour there is on the Count's already pallid face drains away. You played this one? Yes, we are currently on a boat. We're on a boat. But let's not break into rap. The crowd hoots with delight, and he nods his head slowly to affirm that you are correct. As the ice lilies double in number, the lake is half covered on the day before it is fully covered. Begrudgingly, the Count hands over your prize. Which doesn't really matter because we were already at full gold. But hey, we get to look smart. And finally, for my last puzzle, I offer this beautiful treasure, he says as he draws a small silver box inlaid with pearls from his pockets. A priceless artifact stolen from the treasure hoard of Valborg the Enchanter. On hearing this wondrous revelation, the taproom comes alive with excited chatter. You disbelieve the tale of the box's origin, but nevertheless admit that it is a beautiful object, undoubtedly worth at least 100 loon, perhaps more. Silence descends on the whole as everyone awaits the Count's final puzzle. When I was in the market of Garthen, I asked an egg trader how many eggs he had sold that day. My first customer said that he would buy half my eggs and half an egg more. So, customer 1 bought half plus half of all eggs plus 1/2 egg more. Second customer No. Second and third customers did the same thing. Yeah, I don't know how you buy half an egg either. When I had filled all 3 orders, I was completely sold out of eggs. And yet, I hadn't broken a single egg all day. How many eggs had the egg trader sold? So at no stage is the half, like, at each stage, let's call initial eggs X, then eggs after first customer Y, Z, and finally A. Actually, then we should just go back one letter. W, then X, then Y, and finally Z. Okay. Now Z equals 0 because we're told that he has no eggs at the end of it. Now, to go from Y to Z is to purchase half of all eggs and half an egg more. Which logically to be a whole number of eggs, otherwise he'd have to break an egg, the man must have 1 egg, so that he buys half of an egg plus half an egg more. So Y, the amount that remains after the second customer, must be 1. Then, to go from Y to X, the person buys half of all eggs and half an egg more, but leaves him with 1. So if he had 3 eggs, he would buy 2, leaving 1. Because half of all, if the egg vendor had 3 eggs and the person bought half of all eggs, that would be 1.5, plus half an egg more would go up to 2, leaving him with the 1 that we require. And finally, W, to go from X to W. No, that's important. Half of all eggs plus half an egg more leaves him with 3. So 7? Half of 7 would be 3.5, meaning he buys 4. 7 minus 4 is 3. Yes. How many eggs has he sold altogether? He has sold all 7 eggs. He sells 4. Then he sells 2. Then he sells 1. No! What? 0. Oh, I put in 70, not 7. Okay. Oh well, sucks to be me. I misclicked then. Go up on deck and watch them disembark. The hamlet of Honey Lodge is small. 2 cottages, a barn, and a stone watchtower cluster in a circle at the river's edge. A gang of excited young boys wait on the rain-swept jetty to welcome home their fathers, each hoping for a present, perhaps a fishing rod or hunting bow from the marketplace. 8 men, including the Count, disembark. But only one new passenger embarks, a thin individual with hard grey eyes that gleam coldly from beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Slung at his side is a narrow-bladed sword, and in his hand he clutches a leather-bound book, its cover plain and as black as his clothing. He pays his fare and descends to the tap room. I do not have mind screen. A sudden chill makes you shiver. Are you all right? Asks Pado. Perhaps we should go below and shelter from the storm. You answer with a nod and follow him down to the taproom stairs, to the welcoming warmth of the hold. The soldier Trost greets you on your return. Though you don't notice him, you're too busy scanning the hold for the stranger. You see him seated alone at a shadowy corner opposite your table, reading his black book. Trost swallows the last drop of ale and turns his head to see what is distracting you. He catches sight of the new passenger and begins to choke. By the stars! It is Kizor, the necromancer. He pulls a crumpled scroll from within his tunic and unfurls it on the table. On it is a picture of the man's face. The cruel features bear an uncanny resemblance to those of the stranger. Beneath the picture you read, Notice of Death. Kizor, the necromancer, renegade shaman of Moganruith, leader of the forbidden sect of Dazudskul. It is hereby proclaimed by lawful authority that just retribution for his vile acts of black sorcery perpetuated throughout the free lands of Telestria, a bounty of 10,000 loon is offered for the head of this necromancer, by order of Queen Evian of Telestria, on the date of MS 5060. This could be our chance to make a fortune. Sure, we'll attack him. I expect we die. While quietly agreeing upon a plan of action, Pado and Trost approach the necromancer while you guard the stairs. If he should evade your companions, he'll have to contend with you before he escapes. Unhurriedly, you leave your seat and walk to the taproom stairs. When you are in a position, your companions arise and advance towards him. He remains motionless, engrossed in his black book. Trost draws his sword and challenges the man, demanding that he state his name and purpose for his journey. A fatal mistake. The man looks up from his book, his grey eyes suddenly aglow with terrible red fire. Trost screams and his face becomes a mass of horrible erupting boils. As he falls to the floor, Pado strikes, his sword a shimmering lance of blue steel, forged by the Elder Magi. His attack is lightning fast, but the necromancer counters his blow on the edge of his own blade. Sparks explode, showering the taproom with glowing fragments. The crowd begins to cheer, but their cheers turn to screams of terror when the necromancer summons his new defense. A horde of huge black spiders carpets the floor, their bulbous bellies crouched on hairy, angular legs. With a sudden rush, they scuttle towards Pado, their eyes glinting and their mandibles gaping wide. I do have a bow. Random number table go. Add 3 because we are weapon mastery. We get a very high score. Plus we also have the silver bow. You fire your arrow and hit the necromancer, twisting him around and pitching him over as the shaft passes right through his arm. Although wounded, he scrambles to his feet. Kizor shrieks in frustration. He renews his attack on Pado by creating more of the hideous creatures, but your companion uses his battle magic to summon fire to his aid. From the tip of his sword, a sheet of flame wafts down among the spiders, closing in for the kill. They flare brightly, their legs withering in the flames. Their crackling black bodies drop to the floor, crumbling to dust. "Attack!" shouts Pado, and together you advance against your foe. Kizor draws his sword and mouths a silent spell of protection as he prepares to engage you both in a combat to the death. He is immune to Mind Blast. Fight, 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 fight. Fight, he cost us barely nothing. If you win, turn to this page. He lies dead, but Tato warns you not to approach the body. I've heard tell that these evil priests can awaken after death to avenge themselves. Stand back and I will make sure this one never haunts us. He raises his sword and severs the head from the body with one swift stroke. Both eyes spring open, revealing eyes burning red with hatred, but the fire dies quickly and the eyes turn a misty grey. There, it is done, Peyto says, wiping his sword on his tunic sleeve. He steps back and looks around. Where is Trost? You cast your eyes to the place where he fell and see a fire-blackened body, covered with the remains of incinerated spiders. There he is, you say. Sadly, Peyto takes a blanket from his backpack and drapes it over the corpse before reciting the words of the Canurla, a Vakeros prayer for those who have fallen in battle. In the name of the gods, what's happening here? Thunders the captain as he comes down into the tap room. A crowd of passengers huddle in his wake, frightened but curious to discover the outcome of the fight that has devastated the hold. I'll see you pay for this, he blusters. It'll cost hundreds of loons to pay this damage. Pay up now or I'll have it from your hides. Peyto snatches the cloth from the nearby table, scoops up the head of Kniazor, wrapping it tightly in cord. He tosses the gruesome package to the captain. That'll pay for the damage. And be sure that the balance goes to the family of this brave soldier, or we'll take it from your hide. Cough, cough, cough. As the captain reads the scroll, a wry grin spreads slowly across his weather-worn face. So Kizor has met his doom on my barge. Maybe I'll leave the hold just as it is. There's plenty of folk who would pay to see the place where this rogue ended his days. The captain orders the crew to prepare the corpses for burial. The barge carries Kizor's remains. You notice his black book lying on the floor. If you have the skill of divination, turn here. You sense that the book contains details of acts and rituals that are evil. It is an unholy book, but one which is not protected by a curse or a trap. Examine it. Cautiously, you open the book. The pages are made of metal as thin and flexible as silk-weave parchment. Complex words and symbols are etched onto the shiny surface with an ink that shimmers like sunlight on the sea. The strange designs are unlike any you've seen before, but you sense that they are evil. You are about to discard the book when you notice something tucked into its spine, a tiny scroll of parchment. You unfurl it and your pulse quickens, for it contains a message written in Giak, the language of the servants of the Dark Lords. If you wish to keep the scroll, mark it on your action chart. Sure. I need to throw something away. We'll get rid of the pass. The stench of scorched fur hangs heavily on the taproom, a reminder of the ghastly spiders. The smell turns your stomach, and you motion to Peyto to follow you as you get up on deck to watch the barges dispose of the bodies. Contemptuously, they weigh Kizor's corpse with bricks and hurl it over the side, but truced they lay in an oaken chest, and the captain leads your fellow passengers in prayer as it is lowered respectfully into the river. The heavy rain and the burial have delayed the journey somewhat. The barges try to make up for lost time by whipping the Gorkas, but it is no use. The mud towpath and their waterlogged fur prevent them from pulling any faster. It is mid-afternoon by the time your barge arrives at the next stopping place, the ferry house. A ramshackle building is perched precariously on the edge of the riverbank, and an old wooden jetty juts from its side, its empty platform almost submerged by the swollen river. Two plains farmers disembark here. You hear them talking excitedly about the events they have witnessed, and their voices gradually fading as the barges move forwards again. Rolling Ninja asks, what is my favourite one so far? I quite like the Sands of Kart. Is it the Sands of Kart? The one set in the desert, where it's like in two distinct halves. You stare across the lush, open plains that border the river, contemplating the quest that lies ahead. A flock of long-necked orcals fly. Okay, so we could once again try going to Flagon Alley, which got us nothing. So we'll try Copperpiece Lane instead this time. We will investigate a Fletcher's building. They will sell arrows, a bow, quivers, wrist and finger guards. What the hell does that do? bow cases, and bowstrings. Wait, go back. I possess the silver bow of Duodon. The bowyer owner, a bony man with a ratty beard and moustache, habitually tugs, whilst he talks, takes special interest in your bow. He asks if he may have the pleasure of firing a flight of arrows. There is an indoor archery range at the rear of his bowyer. Sure. The archery range is a long and narrow room. You hand over the silver bow. He chooses 3 arrows. He practices with the bow. Head, he says, and releases the shaft. The bow of Duodon. He hits it. Rump, he calls. Shooting it in the rump. And now, he says, the heart of the wolf. He turns and fires. The arrow comes screaming towards your chest. We roll poorly. And we are insta-killed. Ay. This book is really pushing the, pushing our number up. Okay, we get the intro, and welcome, Dutchy. Yes, same skills. Yes, same thing. We don't have a backpack yet. We must get rid of some of our special items. Yeah, here. Silver bow of Duodon. There, we're down to a... And you know what? We're going to store some more gold because we get too much at the start. We'll make it 20. We get a backpack. We will take quiver. Grenades. Potion. Rope. Lantern. No meals. So we're taken by Lord Amadeus again. We'll travel by road like the first time. We will check out the mill this time instead of the inn. Padio dismounts and peers through a cracked window set in the rough stone base of the mill. It looks deserted, he comments, his sharp eyes probing the gloomy interior. How about up there, you suggest, pointing to a platform that juts out from the side. Padio climbs a rickety wooden staircase that clings precariously to the mouldering stonework. Just as he reaches the top, he halts midair, raises his hand and above his head. He must be in danger. I can't become invisible, so sucks to be us. You watch with bated breath as the point of a sphere moves slowly into view. Its wet tip glistening dangerously. A man's voice, gruff and demanding, challenges him to state good reason for trespassing or suffer the consequences. Padio answers with a sound far louder than you could ever imagine having been made by a human voice. The force of his shout hits the man like a clenched fist, slamming him backwards through the timber parapet. He lands with a dull splash, spread-eagled atop a mound of manure and rotten vegetation. Vakeros power word, explains Padio. In answer to your unspoken question, someday I will teach you this technique. Search the mill. Inside the mill, 2 great granite stones grind corn at a terrific speed, powdered by the flow of the swollen stream water. A ladder ascends through a hole to a ceiling in a tiny room above the milling chamber. It is sparsely furnished. There is a bed and a chair and a wooden chest. The chest contains a map, enough food for 1 meal, and an axe. Get rid of the pass, say hello to the map. There's space for another meal, so why not? The rain beats down relentlessly as you ride the featureless highway to Tharo. Thunder rumbles over the western hills like a like the growl of doom-wolves stalking their prey. We will ride the other way and see if we can buy the potion from the lady. We will use our divination. What if we try and pay respects to the deceased this time? As you approach, the monks step back from the grave and draw themselves into a line. Their hooded heads stay bowed, and their hands remain hidden inside the generous folds of their robes. You ask the name of the deceased, but the echo of your voice and a constant drip of the steady rain is your only answer. All at once, as if in response to a silent signal, the monks throw back their hoods to reveal ghastly, fleshless faces. "By the gods!" gasps Pado. They emit a hideous shriek, panicking your horses. As you fight to control the frightened animal, the skeletal monks spring forward. We do have the summer sword. As you unsheath the sun sword, the shimmering pulse of golden flame is emitted from its tip. Your attackers hesitate as the light washes over their hellish faces. They shriek with malice and leap forwards once more, their bony hands clutching weapons of black steel hidden beneath their robes. Ooh. I don't know if you heard that, but Doggo roared. Unless you possess the Magna Chi skill of animal control, you lose 3 points of combat skill because they're scaring your horsey. They are undead to Mind Blast. Fight. 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 They barely scratch us. Poor undead can't stand up to the summer sword. Your ears are filled with a loathsome hissing as the bodies of the slain enemies dissolve into the mud. You stare at the smouldering remains, and a cold chill grasps your heart. You speculate on why these foul servants came to the sleepy Telestrian hamlet. Inside the abbey, you discover a grisly answer. Scattered throughout the chambers and corridors are the bodies of dead monks. Their lifeless faces frozen in masks of horror. Several have been stripped of their robes, presumably to provide disguises for their killers. "Why would the Dark Lords want to take control of the Abbey?" asks Pado, horrified at the sight of the slaughter. "I fear it is part of their plan to conquer Telestria," you reply. "It is always their strategy to infiltrate the land with agents before invasion. When invasion is launched, the agents rise up and attack from within." "You think that the Dark Lords plan to invade Telestria?" says Pado, aghast. "I suspect their plan is already underway. Perhaps the destruction of Lukos was masterminded not in Zanar, but in Helgadad." Pado helps you bury the monks in the graves already dug by their killers. As you cover the last of the bodies with soil, you notice a small pearl-shaped stone lying on the pathway. It is speckled blue, mirror-smooth, and despite its size, feels remarkably heavy. You suspect it is very valuable and decide to keep it. Mark the lodestone on your action chart as a special item. You must discard a different item to carry it. If you wish to wait here for the barge, turn to this. If you wish to investigate the ferry house... I have not met Jaco. I would like to ask about your daughter. I will pay the money. So because we didn't know the brother the brother in this timeline, we have to pay for access. I would like to grab all of these potions. Yes, please. Get rid of a meal. Okay. Now, we pay to catch the boat. We will go to the one that we haven't been to before, Globewalk. You follow the foot-worn cobbles of Globewalk, past the premises of coopers, cobblers, and carpenters, to an open square where you see a sign pointing to an alley that disappears among the shadows. Let's not go down the alley, seeing as this city has killed us. You arrive at a flagged stone quadrangle. Temple of the Sword. We do have the map. You discover the watchtower at the top of the hill is called the Shieldwalden Tower. If you have the discipline of pathmanship. Okay, we will go to the monk's thing. I will go without food. The monks are upset by your refusal to eat. The monks hurry out of the refectory, and minutes later, they return in the company of an elderly man. Has the Vacarus eaten, he asks. Yes, but the Kai Lord refused. You sense that this is a powerful evil. We use our bow. Summon the brothers, commands the menacing black figure. You draw an arrow and fire, felling one of the brown-robed monks. Keep shooting. You draw and fire an arrow at the monk's head. At the same time, he spins his black staff with incredible speed and dexterity, creating a whirl of darkness. There is a brief flash as your arrow enters a spinning vortex and is smashed to fragments. Before the fragments settle on the floor, you shoulder your bow and draw your hand weapon. The sinister monk is shocked by the speed and ferocity of your attack, but he recovers his senses in time to parry with his black staff. A splash of hissing sparks lights the room as your weapon scrapes along the jet black pole and glances off its twisting tip. You raise your arms to strike again, but are distracted by Pydo's scream of alarm. His face is deathly pale, and his arms are trembling. With a groan he collapses, hitting the floor. I don't have Psi Screen. We lose 8 health. We do have the Summer Sword. He is just as skilled as before, and this time we have lost a significant fraction of health before the fight. Still, we do double damage, because he's undead. Ooh, we can't take more than one more of those hits. 8 HP left. Win combat turn here. Keep shooting. Before this, I'm going to use a potion, please. Potion of Lamspur. Use. Yes. Can I use this? Can I use this? Yes, I'm going to use that as well. I need another healing. Okay, 19 health is a bit more reasonable. I guess I will use our potion because we can. Ow. Okay. Okay. Yes. You have barely survived this encounter. You are gravely injured and should heal. Oof. Holy mackerel, that was close. If you win combat turn here, you hear approaching footfalls and the yap of hounds. Without further delay, you pull yourself up through the hatch and tumble into the kitchen. You jump to your feet and scan the room, your weapon poised to strike any would-be attackers. Fortunately, the place is empty. The cooks have been summoned to the refectory. You sheath your weapon, lift Pydo across your shoulder, and run to the open door at the far end of the kitchen. As you pass a steaming cauldron of stew, you catch sight of a stoppered vial of clear liquid. You stop to pocket it. At the end of the corridor are a wooden door and a staircase that ascends to the floor above. Sure, we'll pick up the poison thing. I have to drop something. Goodbye. Diamond? I should have dropped that off at the monastery, but whatever. I do have divination. A strong aura of good emanates from the room above. You suspect that it is a place of worship. However, the aura masks your ability to detect if the room is occupied. Sure. At the top of the stairs, you pass through an archway and step into the prayer hall. A central aisle separates the pews of white wood, and there is a golden pulpit with a fascia shaped to resemble a flaming sword. You rest Pado on a pew and examine the glass vial you found in the kitchen. Your fears and suspicions are confirmed. It's poison. The clear, sticky fluid is sap from the gnadern tree, a substance frequently used by assassins because of its lack of flavor and scent. The monks must have put some of the poison in the food Pado unwittingly consumed. The sap is deadly, and you must act quickly if you are to save his life. You hear the sound of running feet and the growl of dogs. Off the leash at the bottom of the stairs. You shoulder your burden, carrying Pado towards the end of the hall, and search for the exit. Behind a drawn curtain, you discover a door, but it is locked and bolted. The noise of your pursuers grow louder. No, I'll hide in the pulpit. You climb the stairs to the pulpit and are able to rest Pado in the recess behind its short, sword-shaped fascia. By chance, his tunic snags on a hidden lever, and as the body slumps over, the lever is pulled to one side. A secret door is revealed. A passageway to the hall beneath. Carefully, you pull him off the platform and raise him into a sitting position, his back against the passage wall. The platform rises back into the pulpit. In the silence of this secret passage, all you can hear is the shallow breathing of your unconscious companion. You lift one of his eyelids and note the almond-shaped iris is fully dilated. Your basic Kai skills teach you that he's in a coma. Cure him. You concentrate. We fix him. They were a Helghast? How could this be? Etc., etc., same as last time. The giant fly thing activates the reflecting mirror thing. I will refill our arrows and take meal. We will enter the stables. Seriously? Seriously? Insta-killed. Two times in a row this person has insta-killed us. Grrrr. I think that's 4 for this book. This book is merciless. Diamond. Key. Whistle. Whistle. Dagger. Platinum amulet. The rest is fine. Deposit some money. Continue. Quiver. Healing potion. Meal. Grenades. Rope. Okay, same as normal. We will travel by ride. We will do what we've never done before and ignore both the inn and the mill. And it just takes you to the next place. Okay, we'll go east. We will fight these guys again. Summer sword at the ready. Very good. Seriously? Get rid of the pass so that I have the space. Oh, that is not the kind of pass that I thought it was. So I shouldn't have gotten rid of that. We'll get rid of the padded waistcoat then. Well... yeah, I don't need this map. Well, actually, no. We've not seen the grenades be useful this playthrough yet. We'll get rid of the grenades. So pick up the object, continue, investigate the house, pay the money. She gives us the healing potions. Continue. Pay the money. We've gone everywhere. None of them seem to do anything. Okay, if you ignore the first interactable, the street twists and turns northwards, passing the entrance to a wooden-fronted barracks. As you watch, a group of soldiers, armed with spears, emerges in a column, escorting a prisoner whose hands are tied behind his back. At the junction of another street, they turn into a courtyard of whitewashed brick. Above the courtyard gate flutters a Telestrian flag. We will go in. "What do you want here?" growls a guard. I have a pass, so we will show it. You show the pass. Thinking that you are reaching for a weapon and that he is armed, he shouts, "Stop them!" The crowd of soldiers turn and come running towards you, leaving their prisoner unguarded. He seizes the opportunity to make his escape. "Lone Wolf, look out!" says Pado. As a guard lunges for you with his spear, he grazes you. The soldiers are unlikely to listen to reason. You can only hope to evade them. Wow, even with +2 we got 0. You insta-die. Oh my god. You know what? No animal control. We are taking a hunt mastery instead, so that we can't be surprised. The grenades wouldn't have done anything there. So, getting rid of the grenades is fine. Whistle, key, diamond, whistle, dagger, amulet, map. Good. Store some money. Proceed. Quiver, healing, grenades, rope, lantern. Whoops, wrong button. We gotta do it again. Quiver, rope, potion, lantern, grenades, do. So same thing, we're travelling with the captain, we will ride, we ignore everything because it gets us there quicker, we ride east, we fight the monks, we use the summer sword, fight, 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 die, barely scratch us. Investigate the ferry house. Pay for access to the healing lead. Accept all the healing potions. Pay the money for the boat fare. Okay, this time we'll go the second one, but continue. We do have pathmanship. We will investigate the offer. We do not eat the food. We fight them. We shoot them. We do have the Summer Sword. That's no good. Oh, come on! I should have used a healing potion between that screen and this. We've never needed a healing potion against those before. We're sticking with Hunt Mastery. This was getting a bit ridiculous. This book has killed us almost as many times now as all the other books put together. Whistle, key, diamond, whistle, dagger, map, platinum amulet, deposit money, go. Quiver, rope, potion, lantern, grenades. Ride. We will stop at the end so that we don't have to pay for... Stop, talk about his sister so that we don't have to pay for the healing thing here. East. Kill these guys. Thank you. Ferry house. We have met the dwarf. Take the healing potions. Pay to cross the thing. We'll go here and then go ignore and continue along the street. It still takes you to the Temple of the Sword. Pathsmanship. Yes. No. Divination. Shoot. Shoot. Okay. Heal. Fight. Woof. One hit point. You have died. We both died though. Boo. This thing, like, we won against this thing 5 times in a row. And now it's killed us twice in a row. Same. Power key, whistle, map, whistle, diamond, platinum thing, dagger, deposit money, proceed, yes, quiver, rope, potion, lantern, grenades. Ride. Stop. Talk. Ask him about Sister. Proceed to Sister. But first, smite these people. They barely scratch us. No. Ferry house. Met brother. Potion. Okay. Pay for the boat. Flag and alley. Continue. Craftsmanship. Yes. Accept the health loss. Divination. Bow. Shoulder bow and continue. We don't have Psi Screen. Heal once. We do have the Summer Sword. Fight. Use our performance-enhancing drugs as he's killed us twice in a row without them. Yeah, and then we kill him in 3 rounds and barely take a third of our health. That's more like it. Shoot. Okay. Pick it up. We do have divination. Climb the stairs. It was hide in the pulpit. We do have curing. This, we break the thing. Arrow, arrow. Meal, meal. Now, is the guy going to successfully throw the sword into our back for a 3rd bloody time? I have Hunt Mastery and Divination, right? So I can no longer fail this. Yes. The sword whistles past your head and gouges a chunk of stone from the courtyard art. You hear the monks shouting and dig in your heels, steering your horses through the archway and along the narrow streets that lead to the quadrangle. At this early hour, there are few obstacles to slow your escape as you gallop headlong through the twisting streets of Harrow. It's not until you reach the town's north gate that you finally rein in your horse. The North Gate guards, tired after a long night's watch, grumble wearily at your demand for the gate to be opened. What's the hurry? It's a matter of life and death, is it? Sneers the other. The porter, he only missed because we brute forced it by changing our skills at the start, Solar. He is 100% accurate in terms of killing us, when the odds against it are pretty astronomical. The portcullis finally clanks open. You leave the town, riding the broken dirt track towards the distant hills and the frontier town of Siada. Grey-brown grasses brush your shins as you cross the wild, uncultivated plain. Accompanying your ride is an unnatural silence, broken only by the occasional cawing of ravens circling like vultures overhead. By midday, you are among the hills. The terrain becomes increasingly rocky, undulating like a storm-tossed ocean. The tall plains grass has given way to sad little plants, scraggy and deformed, stunted by the winds that sweep down from the barren wastes of Ogier. The track passes through a narrow valley where a small stone cabin stands beside the entrance to a disused mine shaft. As you approach the cabin, you see a face at the window. We'll stop at the cabin. You peer through, you see a face, but it now looks... You saw a face, but it now looks deserted. Is anyone at home? I have divination. You sense that someone is hiding behind the door. Sure, we'll have our weapon ready. You push open the door and step inside, your weapon poised to counter any sudden attack. The door slams shut and a scar-faced rogue leaps from the shadows and attacks you with a pickaxe. We insta-kill him on round 2. He barely scratches us. The rogue slumps dead at your feet. Seconds later, the door to the back room splinters and breaks as Pydo hacks through it with his sword. What kept you so long, you ask cheekily, when finally the door gives way and he staggers, sweating and exhausted, into the room. He smiles ruefully and, after pausing to catch his breath, invites you to come and see what he found in the back room. Small sacks filled with nuggets of silver, stacked in a huge mound. No wonder he fought so desperately. There's enough silver here to pay a king's ransom. So we could fill our bag with money. Who needs to eat when you could have money? Who needs rope when you could have potential money? Or a lantern? Give up all these potentially winning items because we're greedy. Investigate the mine. An old wooden board nailed across the entrance to the shaft warns you to stay away. It was closed down shortly after the main tunnel collapsed. 20 miners were buried alive and their names are carved into the pit props that surround the entrance. You scan the names, you hear the tap of a hammer breaking stone in the depths of the shaft. Well, if it's too dangerous, we're going to say no. The track continues along the rock-strewn valley floor, through a thicket of stunted trees, and climbs slowly towards the ridge of hills, their peaks worn smooth by countless years of wind and harsh weather. Sometimes you can't, Salar. If you're traveling out in the wild, you can't eat for food. You can't eat money. But we also took Hunt Mastery, which usually means that we can eat everywhere that isn't like desert or Arctic tundra or a huge city by hunting. You stop briefly by the... One sec, sorry. Greed has never killed us? Correct. You stop briefly at a babbling stream to allow your horse to drink. Your rumbling stomach reminds you that it is time to eat. Speaking of, eat food, we can use hunting. When the horses have quenched their thirst, you continue to climb the ridge. You reach the crest and stare down on a sight that sends a shiver down your spine. In the distance, you see a pall of dense black smoke rising to the sky. At its base, a fortress wall, and a cluster of cottages feeding the greedy flames. To the north of the doomed tower, an army... Oh, it should be domed. Or maybe doomed. Tower, an army of black-clad warriors covers the hills. The black wolf-head banners of Ogier sway on long poles, fluttering grimly above the ranks of the merciless horde. Along the track, a great procession of men, women and children come towards you, some on horseback, some in carts, and some with bundles of possessions clutched to their soot-blackened chests. They stumble forward in silence, their eyes filled with terror and despair. A soldier, bleeding from a wound to his head, rides past the crest shouting, "Turn back! Turn back! The armies of darkness are coming!" It's impossible to continue along this track northwards. The dirt road is blocked by refugees from Sadia, and the Ogian horde are poised to launch an attack. Only 2 courses of action are left. You can turn back along the track or ride west across the hills towards the Mordil Forest. Now the sorceress, the prediction lady said the forest was the right one. So we will go west. You and Pato wheel your horses around and follow the crest of the ridge. Expertly, you manage to steer them down a steep bank of loose shale and then on at a brisk pace along the dried-out gully. Soon the gully becomes a stream of sparkling water fed by an underground spring. A rumble, like the sound of a distant storm, warns you that the armies of Zegron, war chief of Ogier, are now less than 20 miles away. You follow the stream until it enters a long corridor of towering trees that descends towards the bank of a swift-flowing brook, a tributary of the river Siad. You stop there briefly to bathe your faces in icy water and stare at the mass of blue-green giant trees that fill the western horizon. The Mordrill Forest, says Padillo. It was once a wondrous forest, a place of light and goodness. The trees grew strong, and the birds and beasts were the fairest of any forest breed. But the Mordrill has grown dark and dismal of late. The Danarg encroaches, feeding its sickness to the soil, poisoning the saplings and creatures that dwell there. It is a doomed forest, doomed to become part of the Danarg swamps. We possess pathmanship. At first you think the tracks are those of a black bear, the paw prints being of a similar size, but closer examination changes your mind. These prints were left behind by a biped, a two-footed animal that walks upright. You have never before come across tracks like these, and judging by the size of the prints, you would be happier to avoid the creature that made them. Like three more page turns and our healing will have full healed us. You urge your horse up the steep bank and across the fallen branches that litter the trail beyond. Less than a mile from the brook, you hear the sound of rushing water. The track bears north, and you see a roaring waterfall cascading into a rocky pool, its surface lost in a cloud of fine spray. A huge tree has fallen across the pool, creating a bridge, and the tracks lead straight to it. You're halfway across the tree bridge, looking down at the swirling spray and foaming water below, when a ghastly howl rings above the thunder of the waterfall. You look up and stare slack-jawed at the creature that is advancing towards you. Holy moly! The creature gives a strange, snickering cry. Yes, if you choose the healing skill, Salar, then you recover 1 HP with every page turn, where you don't otherwise suffer damage. It is, as far as I'm concerned, the single best skill, at least for the first series of books and the middle series of books. I don't remember if it's the best for the last series. It is a huge pear-shaped beast with a hunched back and a white lizard-like head. Awkwardly, it shuffles upright on 2 large, hairy paws. At first glance, it looks as if 2 totally separate creatures have been joined together at the waist. The lower half is covered with coarse, spiky fur. The upper is pale and hairless, heavily veined, with long, sinewy forearms. It raises its snout to savor the smell of your frightened horse and opens its fanged jaws. I do have a bow. We shoot it. We do quite well because of bow mastery plus the silver bow. Your arrow enters the creature's mouth, transfixing its tongue to the back of its throat. It gurgles and chomps on its feathered shafts, its clawed fingers scrabbling to pull the arrow free. In its frenzy, it loses its footing and slips. Throwing its arms instinctively to steady itself, its claws ensnare your horse's bridle, and as it topples from the tree bridge, it pulls your horse and you over the edge. We have hunt mastery, so we cannot be insta-killed. You leap from the saddle, narrowly avoid being pulled off the tree bridge. Your horse and the hideous creature disappear below from view, quickly swallowed up by the spray of the waterfall. As you land on the slippery wet wood, Pydo's horse rears on its hind legs, its forelegs kicking in the air and its eyes rolling madly. He fights to control the animal, but it is wild with fear and with a crack of splintering wood. Its hind hoof shears, it's hard to say, hind hoof shears through a rotten branch. It totters on the brink. Pydo swings his legs clear and abandons the doomed horse barely seconds before it falls into the watery abyss. For a few minutes you stare silently at the pool below. Nothing stirs in the seething waters to record the loss of your horses or the passing of the dreadful Anafeg. All 3 have disappeared without a trace. The distant thunder of battle pervades your thoughts, prompting you to leave the tree bridge and move deeper into the forest. The tall trees become denser, forcing you to turn your body sideways in order to make progress. The gradually dense undergrowth turns to a carpet of moss and blue-black lichen which clings to your boots like mud. A chill overwhelms you. as a thick and pearly mist seeps from the cracks beneath the trees. The many sounds of the forest have disappeared, to be replaced by a cold and eerie silence. I don't need either of those items. Twilight is approaching. As the sky above darkens, a black bird flies among the upper branches, emitting a shrill cry which sounds unnaturally loud in a silent forest. It settles, stares at you, and for a few minutes, then flaps away. A little later, you stumble on a clearing. Shafts of ghostly moonlight pour through a gap in a black canopy of leaves, revealing a mound of earth rising out of the forest mist. You are exhausted after your day's event and agree to stop here. Pado takes a gold crown from his pocket and tosses it in the air to decide who should take first watch. Using your Kai skill, you find it easy to detect that the coin will show heads. Pado reveals the coin. You have chosen correctly. You decide to take second watch. You settle down and rest. Restore 3 health. 4 hours later, you take over watch. Your vigil passes uneventfully, and the darkness of night gives way to the gloomy grey of dawn. You wake your companion and prepare to set off once more. Your sense of time slips away as you trek through the seemingly endless expanse of bleak grey trees. Slowly, you become aware that you are on an incline, and your passage becomes steeper. You notice large outcrops of pitted volcanic rock. We're approaching the Denarg crater, says Pado, his quietly spoken words echoing loudly through the eerie forest. Suddenly you recall the words of Lord Ramoa during your period of preparation. The Denarg occupies the crater of an ancient and massive volcano. Once it was a lush jungle of fertile vegetation, but now it is a cancerous wound that poisons all who dwell there. By noon you have climbed to the lip of the crater and begun your descent. Gradually, the tall, straight trees of the Morgul forests thin, giving way to twisted trunks and stunted saplings. As the land sinks deeper and deeper. Imperceptibly, the forest ends and the swamp begins. The ground is softer and tall. Black rushes appear in clumps around misty pools of stagnant water. From tortured husks of trees hang thorny vines, as tough and as cruel as sharpened steel wire. So thickly are they entwined around some of the trees that they have strangled them, leaving empty coils where the trunks have rotted. The stench of decay fills your nose in the humid yet cold air. You wade through ankle-deep slime for nearly an hour before reaching the edge of a huge murky pool. Whirls and eddies disturb its surface, warning you of a creature that lurks below. We do have pathsmanship, and we have reached the high rank. Your skills warn you that to the north a tribe of hungry swamp creatures lurks at the edge of the pool in search of prey. You would make an excellent meal for them. To the south, the tracks take you away from the heart of the swamp, but further from your goal. We will brave the swamp creatures in order to get towards our goal. The withered trees are grouped more densely here, around the northern edge of the pool. A ceiling of vines crisscross above your head, and creatures slither against your ankles as you wade through the foul-smelling mud. Progress is slow. Suddenly, fearful screams, like the baying of rabid dogs, sound from a mist-enshrouded trees ahead. A host of creeping creatures, each an arm-length taller than a man, rise from hiding places. Black water drips from their corpse-green hides. Their toad-like faces betray their evil intent as they sliver and shuffle towards you. Shoot them! You load, aim, and fire in a swift second, sending your arrow whistling into the mottled underbelly of the swamp creatures. Croaking in pain, it twists and falls, churning the pool to a bubbling brown froth as it frantically tries to grip the shaft between its webbed claws. The green-eyed serpents break through the surface and embraces the creature in its coils. The struggle is brief and the swamp water stills. All cries as the serpent and its victim sink from view. The sight of the serpent distracts you, and you do not see a lizard beast creeping up on you from the side until it is leaping through the air towards you. The creature's sucker-like hands seal around your waist as you fight to unsheath your weapon. You must fight as if unarmed for the first 2 rounds of combat. Now we get the summer sword back and we destroy it in a single hit. If you win combat, turn here. You leap over the twitching body of the Zlorg and help Pado, who is Being forced perilously close to the pool's edge by 3 more of the growling swamp creatures, you strike from behind, breaking the back of one with a downstroke and opening the side of another with a swing of your weapon. Pado falls, clutching an arm torn deeply by needle-sharp talons. His attackers turn on you, darting its head towards your throat with lightning speed. Its jaws gape wide as it lashes out, with a sticky tongue, spraying your eyes with stinging saliva. You bend forward, your hands wiping the spittle from your face. A reflex action which saves you from the creature's grip as it leaps forward to strangle you. Suddenly it lets out a gurgling croak and falls forward with a thick splash. You stagger back and open bloodshot eyes to see it lying face down in the mire, with Pado's dagger embedded in its back. "Look!" screams your companion as the last of the Zlorg attack you from behind. Barely a scratch. Because we had Hunt Mastery, we couldn't be surprised as much by the surprise attack. The Zlorg gurgles its last breath and falls dead, writhing briefly in the mud before becoming still with an uncanny abruptness. You turn to Pado and drag him away from the pool's edge, his arm bleeding, which is attracting a horde of hungry leeches. You leave the pool and press along the muddy trail, glancing back once. No signs remained of the dead Zlorg. Their bodies have already been reclaimed by the creatures of the pool. You tend to Pado's wound, using your basic Kai knowledge of healing to prevent an infection, before continuing deeper into the swamp. The ankle-deep ooze that borders the pool gives way to firmer ground, and you arrive shortly at a place where a tree bearing blood-red fruit overhangs a pool of clear water. You stop here to rest and dislodge the tiny leeches feasting on your legs. Pado climbs the tree to scan the horizon. He carries with him a star guider, a homing device invented by the Elder Maggie to enable their flying ships to navigate in the dark. It is sensitive to the vibrations of cornelium crystals. The spire of the Temple of Ooredo is solid cornelium. And the Elder Magi have sent Pado's star guider to help you home in on the vibrations emitted by the spire. Following the direction of the vibrations, you should be able to find the lost temple. While he's busy adjusting it, what do? Examine the red fruit, examine the clear pool. Sure, I'll examine the clear pool. The water looks fresh and clean, and you are tempted to wash away the swamp grime. No. When Pado finally climbs down from the tree, his face betrays his anxiety. What's wrong? There is no signal, he replies. I've scanned in every direction, but the Starfinder can detect no cornelium. If it isn't damaged, I'm sure of that, it must be that the temple has disappeared. You take the device from his hand and climb the twisted tree trunk. He shouts instructions, and you set the star guider into operation, scanning the horizon and waiting for a telltale click that will reveal the direction of the lost temple. But Pado is right. There is no signal. And without a signal, there is no hope of finding the Lore Stone. You're about to abandon the search and jump down from the tree when you spot something you hadn't noticed before. An island of red volcanic rocks rising from the mire, one of its 4 flat-topped islands grouped in a diamond close to the east edge of the crater. Perhaps the temple is on the other side of the island. Perhaps that is why the Starguider emits no signal. 'Tis possible, he says thoughtfully. Hope returns and your spirit rises with the expectation of finding the lost temple beyond the Isle of Red Rock. You set off without delay, anxious to cover the 10-mile trek before sunsets and darkness engulfs the Danarg. For the most part, the swamp mire is firm underfoot, and the inhabitants pose no problem that can't be solved with a few shouts or well-placed weapon blows. But as the sky darkens and you draw nearer to the plateau, the going becomes more difficult. A carpet of vines, thick with mould, covers a surface of muddy holes and hollows. Often, a seeming puddle proves to be a bottomless fissure. Progress becomes slow, and you fear that you will never reach the island before dark. Pado is leading the way across a tangled mat of barbed vines when a wave disturbs the muddy ooze below. Suddenly, the great head of a silver swamp python bursts through the rotting creepers and raises its tree-thick coils high in the air. Awesome jaws set with double-tiered fangs tower above you, glistening in the fading light. A drop of venom falls from the fangs and sets the quagmire burning. I don't have animal control, so we must fight the great swamp snake. Fight. We insta-kill it by rolling critical success. If you win combat, turn here. The arrival of the swamp python frightened away the crawling denizens of the mire, but now they are returning to satisfy their curiosity. Hordes of slithering lizard beasts gather at the edge of the floating morass, inching their way nearer as they assess your strength and weakness. Relentlessly, you push your way through the soggy vegetation until you reach the ragged rock wall of the island, urged on all the way by a hissing chorus of swamp creatures. Long streamers of moss-covered vines hang down the red rock wall, inviting you to climb onto the plateau above after the uncertain ground of the swamp. The hard, jagged rock is a welcome relief. You make good progress, reaching the top just in time to have the sun sink into a sea of scarlet mist that shrouds the east Danarg. In the failing light, you discover a trail that winds northwards. We do possess huntmanship. Even in the failing light, you can see the trail is frequently used. The spongy vegetation is crushed flat, and a profusion of tracks are imprinted upon the loamy soil. The tracks are made by man-sized creatures, barefooted and web-toed. Close to the main trail winds another, less obvious track. For some reason, someone or something has gone to great lengths to keep this path secret. Sure, follow the secret trail. A full moon and a cloudless sky make your passage along the secret path easier. It follows a tortuous route through tall plants, around mossy mounds full of crawling insects, past dark entrances to underground warrens, and skirts the fringe of a thicket of trees. Pado halts and crouches down, ignoring the bloated spiders that scuttle around his knees, and points through a gap in the trees to a settlement of crudely made huts. Dark shapes move between them, human once but far from human now. Gagrum, the man-beasts of the Danarg. In the distance, past the Ganam, were a gentle primitive folk who lived as one with the animals and birds, cared for by the elder mages in their jungle paradise. But the Danarg has changed them, and so they have changed, poisoned by the evil that conquered the land. Sure, keep travelling down the secret path without visiting the corrupted animal people. An hour passes and you breathe a sigh of relief, glad to have left the settlement behind. You forego a rest and press on along the track until you reach a promontory of rock on the northwest tip of the island. You stop and snatch some sleep while you wait for the dawn. Day breaks, and the view it brings fills you with awe. Perched on this rocky peak, you can see the sheer vastness of the swamp in all its frightening glory for the first time. Pado activates the star geyser, scanning the horizon, but even before the telltale clicks are heard, your eagle eyes have spotted the glimpse of the temple's cornelium spike. To the west, beyond a sea of prickly green-black vegetation, stands the Temple of Orido, imprisoned but unaffected by the swamp. The howl of the Gangharim echoes across the island as you make your descent, by rope and vine to the wetlands below. You reach the rocky base and set off across the mudflats, following the star guider's signal now that the spire is hidden from the swamp by the swamp mist. We roll okay. Stop at noon to eat food. The star guider's honing signal has increased. Pado is optimistic. We'll reach the temple before sundown. You've avoided the more hostile inhabitants, but dangers lurk everywhere. Eat. We can hunt. It is late afternoon when you see the temple rising majestically from the swamp mists and tangled vegetation. The sight of this towering ziggurat is so breathtaking that you are both stunned to silence as you feast your eyes on its untarnished splendor. Tier upon tier of gleaming white stone, shaped and formed into perfect symmetry, confronts you. Huge foundation slabs support a level carved of golden rock, inlaid and decorated with gemstones. Above that sits strata of precious metals, and then levels made up of crystal slabs whose facets reflect the colour of the rainbow. Upward climb tiers of ruby, sapphire, and emerald that offer up a wedge-shaped spire of pure cornelium crystal to the sky. At its base, the swamp has shrunk back as if repelled by the radiant goodness of the temple. A perimeter of lush grass leads to a staircase of solid amber. You follow Pado as he ascends towards a pair of huge triangular doors set in the second level. Everywhere, the glitter of gemstones and the gleam of precious metals radiates a purity, unspoiled by the Danarg. Pado completes the complex procedures that open the great doors taught to him by the Elder Magi in preparation for the mission. They part and you enter, stepping on the floor of glistening gold. A floor that has lain undisturbed for 7,000 years. The great doors close with a whisper. You follow Pado along the corridor of gleaming silvery metal that dazzles your eyes to the hall, carved from solid crystal. Icicles of diamond hang from its ceiling and reflect in a floor set with mosaics of 1,000 shimmering squares. Approach the crystal dais, Lone Wolf, says Pado, pointing to a radiant circular plateau of pure quartz. Even as the words leave his lips, you're walking towards the plinth, drawn by a strange compulsion. You mount the dais, and a flood of golden light pours down from above, bathing you in its warm, cleansing rays. You raise your cupped hands as if offering up an invisible gift, and a tingling sensation runs the length of your arms, spreads through your body, giving you an incredible sense of well-being. A ball of sparkling light takes shape in your hands. It condenses into a radiant crystal filled with golden fire, the Lore Stone of Ooredoo. Full heal. The light fades and you step down from the dais, your senses aglow with newfound wisdom and strength. Having witnessed the fulfillment of your quest, Pado beams with joy as you return to his side. He says congratulations and bids you follow him as he turns towards an archway of silver set in the crystal wall. We have a long journey ahead of us. We must leave without delay. The thought of returning through the dangerous Danarg fills you with dread. Pado senses the anxiety. Don't look dismayed. This temple provides a mean for our safe return home, you will see. Intrigued by his answer, you follow in silence as he leads you through the archway and up a long flight of marble stairs to another chamber, constructed of crystal but veined with a marble that glistens with liquid fire. It is solid cornelium. At the center of the chamber, its hull resting on a cradle of steel, is a Levitron, an ancient skyship. Like everything else you have seen in this temple, its craft is untarnished by time. Pado ushers you aboard and prepares to power the craft. A shudder runs through the hull as the engines rise. As the engines rise in pitch and slowly lifts from its bed of steel. The chamber is built in the spire of the temple, and the roof slides open to allow the Levitron to raise into a darkening sky. Pado sets the controls and sets the ship's Starguider on course for Elzion. He joins you at the bow for one last look at the Temple of Ooredoo. It glows red in the light of the setting sun, but the shimmering glow is blemished by shadows that swoop back and forth across its tiers. You assume it's just a trick of the light, until your ears are filled by a sudden, terrifying shriek. You look up and see a squadron of black-winged Kran swooping down on the Levitron. One of the backs of these leathery creatures rides red-robed Vordax, hideous servants of the Dark Lords of Helgadad. In their skeletal hands they wield staves of black iron crackling with blue fire. As the Kran screams past, streams of liquid blue flame pour from the staff. We have the Summer Sword, however, and we use Deflect. You deflect the stream of liquid fire from the edge, with the edge of the Summer Sword's golden blade, sending it raining down into the Danarg. Two more Kran swoop in and hover above the prow, their riders leaping onto the deck and begin attacking part of the superstructure. "Stop them!" screams Pado, drawing his sword. "Stop them or we're doomed!" You leap from the bow and run across the main deck. Your sun sword raised to strike. Fight. Barely a scratch. Barely a scratch. Suddenly, more shrieking. Vordax crashed down onto the deck. Pado is immediately engulfed by the red-robed figures. He is outnumbered, but fights like a tiger, his blue-bladed sword tearing deep into their loathsome bodies. You're running back across the main deck when a new danger confronts you. A Kran sweeps low across the skyship, dripping a cluster of black crystal cubes dropping a cluster of black crystal cubes that scatter across the deck. You sense that the cubes are going to explode. Should one of them cause a tear in the Levitron's pressure tank, the liquid gas stored inside will ignite and the resulting explosion will tear the skyship to pieces. Well, then we'll get rid of them first. Get rid of the enemy grenades. Frantically, you scramble across the deck, collecting and hurling away the cubes as you go. Each cube is vibrating with energy that is set to rip it apart. And as you cast the last one over the side, you see the others exploding with dull booms in the swamp far below. Pado screams for your help. A swooping Kran rider casts a net, smothering his body. The net is sewn with hundreds of tiny barbed hooks which have worked their way into his skin. He cannot free himself without the hooks inflicting fearsome wounds. Only one Vordak remains to confront him, the others having perished by his blade. But he is now unable to defend himself. He is at the mercy of a merciless creature. You scramble to your feet and rush to save him as it steps closer. Suddenly, the Kran rider reappears, gliding low across the deck before hovering over the bow. A length of thin black rope dangles from its saddle, and the Vordak threads it through the corners of the net. You race up the steps, shouting, "For Summerland!" and launch your attack. The Vordak turns to face you, its skeletal features frozen in a mask of terror. An instant later, your weapon shears its bony neck and sends the skull-like head spinning down into the Danarg. A ghastly cry pierces your ears, but it is not a shriek of pain or despair. It is a malicious caw of triumph. The Kran beats its massive wings, and the downforce forces you to your knees as the creature climbs higher into the darkening sky. You stare aghast as the rope closes the net around Pado and lifts him off the deck. Instinctively, you leap upwards, your hands outstretched to grab the barbed net, but it is too late. The Kran turns in midair and flies off to the north with Pado, wounded and helpless, swinging like a netted fish below its leathery black belly. Anger and frustration well up inside you as you helplessly watch the Kran and your captured companion disappear beyond the horizon. Your anger gives way to sadness as you ponder his fate and wonder if he should survive this cruel abduction. You pray for his safety, calling upon the spirits of your ancestors to watch over and protect him. As if in answer to your prayer, you feel a sudden calm engulf your senses. The power of the Lawstone transfused into you appears in your hands, and it's greatly increased your intellect and awareness. With confidence, you know that he will survive his ordeal, and one day you will meet and fight again, side by side. The return voyage to Desi is swift but lonely. The Star Guider ensures that the Levitron stays on course. For Elzian, as you cross the canal which circles the city, a pilot starship arrives to escort you down. During the voyage, you discover how to control the Levitron, and now, as slowly you approach the landing platform of the Tower of Truth, you disengage the Star Guider and make a faultless landing. Lord Ramoa and the High Council gather to greet your return, and upon hearing of your success, their hopes for the future are renewed in spite of the sad news of Lord Pado's capture. The High Council listens avidly as you recall your treacherous journey through Telestria, the perilous trek across the Danarg, and the wondrous discovery of the temple. When finally you completed your account, they applaud and pay tribute to your courage and daring, their faces beaming with pride. But despite their joyous greetings, you sense that something is wrong. They seem distant, as if their minds were preoccupied with the solving of a difficult and perplexing problem. You ask Lord Ramoa if all is well. You have grown in perception, Lone Wolf. Many things have occurred since last we spoke, and although your quest for the Lordstone of Orido has succeeded, the perils of our age have grown more deadly. The Dark Lords wage open war throughout Magnamund, and many lands have fallen before their Giak legions. Telestria has been overrun, so too have the Stornland nations. Summerland stands firm against the armies of Dark Lord Gnag, but she has lost her southern province of Ruanan. This shocking news fills you with an urge to return home. Yet, to do so would to defeat the Magna Kai quest. Lord Ramoa bids you follow him to the chambers of the High Council. Set into the floor is a circular well, brimming with a fiery liquid metal. He kneels and touches its surface, and slowly a vision takes form within the shimmering depths of the pool, a fortified city surrounded by rolling hills. You look upon the city of Tahau in the land of Anari, he says, his voice solemn and composed. The lore stone you seek lies below its streets, in an ancient city that was built during the dawn of Magnamund. The vision of Tahau heralds the start of a new and perilous episode in your quest for the Magna Kai. If you possess the bravery and courage of a true Kai Master, the challenge of Tahau awaits you in Book 9 of the Lone Wolf series, entitled The Cauldron of Fear. Oh, alright. That was absolutely merciless with its guy one-hit KOs you with thrown sword. Guy one-hit KOs you with thrown sword. 4 different one-hit KO end events. Monster that you've defeated in for 5 other runs suddenly decides that it's going to roll really well and kill you. That was a toughie. I look forward to hopefully less trouble and achieving a bit better of a par of books to deaths next time. Join us then. For those of you here live, we're going to call it there, even though I might normally go a bit longer because, well, that one took, what, 2.5 hours? I don't think I've got another 2.5 hours of continuous reading in my voice. I'm already... My voice is dying. Forgive, Blobber. We will throw you all along to Pizza Knot. And I will go have dinner. Cheers all, thank you again for watching. A reminder that this Sunday, myself and Miss Morrigan Nightshade are going to be doing the next in our Senior Detectives playthroughs. Seeing as Halloween month is over and Morrigan isn't busy enjoying Halloween, as she does very much, we are going to be playing Chook and Sausage, Walk the Plank, a point-and-click adventure starring myself and Miss Morrigan Nightshade. I have only seen the title on Steam, Dutchy. I haven't looked into it specifically. Anyway, hopefully you're looking forwards to that, everyone. I am. Peace.